Was a 10 and the other one was a 2. Like one green one and a silver one.
Don't know about the silver one.
I don't know.
My
Okay.
dice are silver.
Everyone just rolled once. Just
Yeah, well, I don't know
roll
what
for
the fuck
yourself,
my
Chris.
thing shit.
Yeah, my dice are silver. That's the only thing I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I just saw. Okay, but apparently it's me.
And
Fuck me.
maybe the asking for a roll mod's a little buggy.
Yeah, I didn't see a 2 being rolled at all, so I don't know.
I didn't either, no.
Yeah.
Villian, just suck it up. You have to do recap. Just like you can.
I know that's no problem, but it for a second there, the problem is for a second there I thought it wasn't me because it fucked me over. Yeah. I knew it was me. You guys know it's always me. That starts first.
As soon as you rolled a 9, I knew it was you.
Haha. Yeah, alright. Okay.
I just had an impression that everyone else was going to roll above a 10, double figures. So one of my premonitions. I should have played a divination wizard. Never mind.
It wasn't for me. It wasn't a premonition. It's just how it is. Suck it.
Lena, take it away before we get carried away with like premonitions and stuff.
All right. Last time was session 1, and we started out technically our journey on Tarzak the 13th. First, we did a present day moment. Afterwards, we did a time skip in the past, but we started on Tarzak the 13th. It's spring temperatures on the northern Sword Coast. We were just starting out our travels from the tiny hamlet valley, basically in the valley. We found out that the goblin raid had happened a few weeks ago, and around this time, like, the others had decided to move on to Helmshold, and we then did a time skip back a couple of weeks ago where we all decided to start traveling to Phandelver. That happened when Andy, so me, got into talking with Gundren Rockseeker, who's a dwarf, like kind of a merchant, sort of, has his caravans traveling back and forth, who's got brothers who have some sort of big discoveries about Phandelver's Pact, and he offered us a job, 10 gold each to escort his supply caravan. Oh, 10 gold total, okay. 10 gold total to escort the supply caravan to Barson's Provisions in Phandelver. We decided we were going to take it after some talk about if it was going to be dangerous or not, if we could even do that job. And yeah, we decided that the next day we were going to leave just before sunrise so that we could have one last night in our beds. And yeah, it didn't really start that great already with the weather. Pretty cold already, but it got fucking colder the next few days and rainy. But first thing that happened is we arrived at the high road, waited a little bit around for the caravan to come, but yeah, Gundren came with his little caravan with a donkey, along with another longer, larger caravan, literally half the hamlet amount of people. In that one, there was a separate one that, yeah, Gundren was in very much a rush because he had to go back to Neverwinter because someone went missing, a friend of his, I think, and
He didn't go missing. He went
just
back
didn't.
to meet
He went
up.
back to find it.
Yeah,
meet
get
up.
more
Okay,
supplies,
yeah.
and we get more supplies.
Yeah, yeah, he had to go with meet up with a friend, and he left us in charge with the the caravan, said it's going to be pretty much a straight shot, and he will basically follow after us in a few days. Yeah, and we pretty much started our journey from that point, staying amongst ourselves mostly. There was a little exchange where I gave the pouch that Kit arrived with over to Kit, and we made a discovery about the masterwork scissors that were very, very pretty, but also very sharp, that Kit shouldn't run with the caravan, like the car. I forgot the name. What's circus tickets? I forgot the other fancy name about it.
No, the Witchlight Carnival.
Exactly. Carnival, that's the name. The C name. The carnival tickets. And
the C name.
I'm sorry. I love you so much. We're our brains function the same way. Okay, go continue.
All right. So the carnival tickets, and also a cupcake that Kate pretty much immediately ate, and was, I think, a salmon taste. We decided in after fact, and was the prettiest and sweetest thing that any one of us had ever seen and eaten. And we were pretty sure that it was the last time we've ever seen a cupcake. Didn't happen like that, but you know. Yeah, we then pretty much walked alongside the caravan till like the crossroads where the other caravan split paths with us. Nothing really remarkable about that other caravan. Like, there was no real attempt made to talk with them outside of like, hey, is this crossroad safe? Hey, you think anyone's gonna pass by the crossroads at night?
Nothing else important. There was a Larrabee.
There was a guard named Larrabee.
Yeah, the ginger human guard Larrabee, the fresh one, the greenie. He just didn't do much.
To impress Ilana and failed miserably.
Yep, I tried to impress Ilana. Also stared at Kit a bit, but that was basically it. About Larrabee. But yeah, we decided at that point that we were not going to camp at the crossroads there. We were instead going to go a bit further into the road. I don't have the name of it for it here, but the road that we were going to turn into.
Trail.
Yeah. Tribal road, yeah, and go up a slight incline, a little hill. So, best possible place for us to camp. Spent the night there, made camp. That night was pretty uneventful. Very much uneventful. But the next morning, we found out that the cupcake had regenerated, and apparently had a new taste according to what Kit decided she wanted to have that day. Also, I don't know if it's out to rain it's to rain at this time. And it got even muddier, and we got even slower. Next day, nothing really. Throughout the day, nothing really much happened. At that night, however, Kit had a little mishap during watch shift, where she got a bit curious about what was not at all a light leading her away from camp, and there was not at all. There was not at all a moment where she got kind of lost and somewhat seduced towards the direction of some sort of mystery carnival. But no, she thankfully found her way back just in time where Alana noticed something was up, but not really that Kit was, the something was up, but Kit came back
Ilana
safely, a bit frozen.
Woke up like 2 hours too late, basically.
Yep. But yeah, that night, Kit was doubly frozen, but also it was really fucking cold that time, which helped the next day since the mud got a bit frozen over. It was crunchy mud now, so we could travel faster. We had pretty much just, I don't know if we had 2 encounters on the road. There was a rider. He was Calgary Dane Diane. I don't know fucking clue how to say that. A guy carrying goods for the miners exchange in Tribal, and he advised us to look into the miners' exchange if we ever wanted jobs, and also let us know that there were goblin sightings around the road. And then there was another person that Lion spotted in the forest, which was a not at all familiar druid. His name was Melville Whitemantle, who is the unaging secret grandfather we knew nothing about of Aldabra. Very much a bit awkward, not used to people, but Lion got an invitation to, I don't know, not control the fire, so live with the fire, something like that. I don't know. Some invitation. Don't know.
It was if he was live with the flame to see the forest. Yeah.
That's what it is. But yeah, Kit also not at all suspiciously asked if there's any cannibals around here in the woods.
And there's one tonight.
Apparently there's one due at the new moon, which is tonight, but nobody knows where it will be. But yeah, pretty much time skip the next 3 hours, which is 4 p.m. where we will arrive in Phandelver. That was session 1. Did I miss anything?
That's most of it, I think.
Yeah, I think you got everything. Yep. Very good.
Alrighty.
Well, let me start the music. There we go. So, you spent 3 more hours in this nasty weather. After, warming yourself up and stuff like that. And the only one more eventful thing that happens is like you just get on the road, everything is fine, and at some point Kit seems to perk up, you know how cats do with like popping ears left and right, eyes big, and you could have seen this like 1,000 times. Like she gets sometimes, oh, there's a bird or there's a hedgehog or there's something interesting. And she gets like that butt wiggle momentum. And before you know it, she jumps off the cart and darts off into the forest. And it's gone. Mind you,
Is that something we used to happen?
You are used to this happening. Sometimes she's even missing like for a few days, nothing unusual because cats go prowling, right? So you know that she knows the roads, she knows into which direction to go. She can also track you by scent better than any of you can, honestly. So...
And she was sort of lost last night in the fog, and she made her way back to camp eventually.
Mm.
So yeah, she gone. What do you do for the rest of the 3 hours while you're on the road?
Grumble that if Kit is not contributing, that she should also not get paid. But
I think Ilana's statement to that would be she contributed for 2 of the 3 days. She should get a 2/3 payment.
fair.
Well, it's more like a half day that she skipped out on, so
I also want to point
Would
out
that be-
she left the sack behind. The pouch.
Ooh, has the cupcake regenerated?
we already stole it from her.
Oh, was that this morning? Rats.
Yeah, we got the lemon this morning.
Yeah, we get the lemon cupcake.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So Ilana looks into the bag at the cupcake and sees it still hasn't regenerated and is a little downbeat because of that. But carries on.
I don't know.
I'm checking out any of the other stuff.
I mean, we already saw the ticket and the scissors.
Well, I mean, Ilana will have a look in the pouch because curious cats do tend to look over things in their haste. So she's gonna pull out the scissors and have a look at those. And are these scissors like really good for sewing and weaving potentially?
They're super sharp. Yeah, you could probably use them for that as well. They're like they're small. More
That's
like,
what I was thinking. They're small scissors, so they might be
Yeah.
really good for like trimming thread and cutting threads and
Yeah,
stuff.
cutting thread, cutting stitches and stuff like that easily.
Ooh, stitches. Yeah, we might need some of those at some point. So we'll pocket those back in the bag once we've gone through everything else. Unless you want to have a look, Andy.
I'd want to have to look at the ticket again because the carnival has been brought up a couple times already.
Yeah, should happily pull the ticket out and hand that to Andy. Is it pouring with rain right now?
It is still like slightly drizzling.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm on the
yeah, you're in the cart,
cart.
under the overhead, so she'll make sure that you do that under the covers so that it doesn't get soaked.
Yeah, I just look at everything and just kind of look at what it's advertising to be. So just muttering under my breath like snail races. Okay. Someone's spewing fire. Unicorns, mermaid songs. Some weird flying imps or what the fuck that is. Is that a bat? I don't know. Fairies. Pixies. Maybe there's pixies. You were right, maybe. I don't know. Can keep an eye out for pixies.
Not sure that's a pixie though. Would I have ever come across anything like that creature-wise in Aldabra's tales?
Pixies, yes.
No, what's drawn on the ticket?
What's drawn on the ticket? Well, I mean, to specify what you mean specifically.
There's multiple things drawn on the ticket.
There's a lot of things on the ticket.
Couple things.
There's a huge arrow that says amazing and points right at it.
Yeah, you've never heard about the word amazing ever in your entire fucking life. Yeah.
No. What about the creature that looks like an imp?
No, you wouldn't know about that.
At the back, there's some small.
But the thing is, you know also what exactly is drawn. Like you recognize some things. Like you heard tales of Pegasuses and unicorns. Mind you, these have both wings and unicorn horns. Never heard of a creature like that.
The back has a woman with wings, like two women with wings. So maybe that's pixies. I don't know. There's also a weightlifter. Punch me. His sign says no. It says punch something else.
Punch here.
Punch here.
Yeah.
And also valid for 8 rides. Whatever that means. Does that mean you get to ride on one of the snails?
Huh. No, the snails are racing. Right? Unless you race the snails.
Yeah, but they got to do something in between races, don't they? So maybe.
Or maybe on like the wheel thing that the lady with the wings is riding on.
Yeah, but who would like? I've never heard of snails being enough to be ridden.
To be fair, none of us have ever really left the hamlet much, have we? So
you know stories about pixies which are very small, so maybe they're riding the snails.
Maybe it's the pixies riding. Yeah, but why would this be valid for 8 rides though? 8 rides of what?
The winged unicorn horses. I don't know.
And
maybe.
You would
maybe
find what this man is wearing very weird.
Which man?
The red clown outfit.
No, the weightlifter.
Oh, the weightlifter.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, he's not really wearing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some weird undies on.
Yeah, it's way too cold to be wearing that sort of garments.
Also, none of my business. So.
You've seen entertainers.
I mean,
the clown costume is not that unusual. You've seen entertainers on the road, along caravans.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to be very colorful, like bards and stuff. But yeah, the weightlifter definitely looks a bit weird.
Yeah, the one like next to the weightlifter, like the guy next to Valid for 8 rides. That one has a weird, not elf ears, but very long ears. Like, what creature is that?
Yeah, super weird. Those long ears.
Yeah, super weird. It's almost like
not your
goblin.
ears, but goblin. I've never seen a goblin. No, we
did. Could be a goblin, but it's hard to tell what sort of height.
True.
You've definitely seen fucking goblins like a little bit too close.
Unless you had your eyes closed
a
couple of weeks ago.
I mean, I didn't want to see much, but yeah.
Have greenish skin.
Yeah.
Greenish gray.
Plus, he seems.
If this dude's a goblin, he's a weird goblin.
Yeah,
He's a very
weird goblin.
sophisticated goblin, if he is.
Plus, very huge eyebrows. Like the eyebrows are very emphasized for something so smallly drawn. I don't know.
I think that's just a detail you've noticed.
I mean, I am an artist, so
Maybe someone drew those on.
You are.
They look
Yeah.
drawn.
They look drawn on to me, yeah, definitely.
yeah.
I think we're
Very
debating
impressive.
the presence of this individual far too much, and this might just be a generic representation of some of the stuff that happens.
And we're speaking about all these characters, but what about just those huge fucking tents? Why would you make it
way
10?
more interesting? Which would notice. Did you like pull out all the items all at once, or did you leave the rest in the pouch?
Well, pulling them out one by one and putting them
Mhm.
aside until we've gone through the entirety of the pouch. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, someone's gonna be crowned a monarch by a butterfly crown. Or enjoy the magic of the big top. It's very weird.
Yeah, I'm just more concerned. There's a bit of text in the bottom left corner that has a C in a circle, and it says 2021 Wizards. Does that mean there's 2021
Oh,
Wizards
shut
at
up!
this carnival?
It's a lot of wizards.
I mean, if you ever wanted to learn magic, this sounds like the place to go, right?
Jeez, yeah. Sounds more like an army. If it is like, it's not a circus.
Yeah.
2021 wizards.
Maybe we're onto something. Maybe this is a secret
Can we
invasion
reward it
force.
that this is actually on the ticket, please?
Canon.
We can.
Yeah, it has 2021 wizards. Yeah, there we go. Bam.
Oh shit. What did we create? The world's most
I
dangerous
just
circus.
mentally added them to the Witchly Carnival.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Shinny's just gone to her tool app in the background and said, generate me 2021 generic wizards from level 1 to 20.
Maybe.
But also, what is kind of making me hesitant is that it also says on the back, admit one. So if there's gonna be a
Mhm.
carnival, then only one person can go with this ticket.
Correct.
I mean, if there's one ticket, there's probably more tickets if there's a circus, right? Like, I can't.
I get the impression this is a somewhat exclusive event. But
I don't
that's me. This feels like not that any of us would really know about this, but this feels like something you would get in one of the fancy cities where only certain people are allowed to go. So I think even if you had the ticket, you might not be allowed in.
Mm-hmm.
It might be admit one specific person. And anybody else who just happens to have it is not necessarily allowed in.
Yeah.
But
And maybe those without tickets don't even know where it will be, since Melba said something about that nobody knows where it will be either.
yeah, and maybe we don't even have a chance of finding it. Even if you go looking. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But what else is in the pouch? So we've got the cupcake wrapper as well, with a handful of lemon crumbs still.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in the pouch?
Well, the scissors.
Yeah, we've taken those out.
Mm-hmm.
And the witchlight ticket, taken that out. And the cupcake wrapper, taken that out. I assume the pouch is empty now.
So it's the scissors, it's the cupcake, it's the tickets. There is a pendant that you.
Oh yeah, the moonlight pendant.
However,
Yeah, it
it's
told me about
glowing.
that.
Wait,
It's glowing.
What?
I mean,
Ooh, I know what this does.
What does it do?
This might point you to the carnival.
Oh.
The glowier it is, the closer you are. Maybe.
I mean, it's the best answer I can come up with.
it's very dim
I mean,
glow at the moment, so
it was
here.
it was showing stuff of the moon before, so
It's still showing. It's like it's not showing.
Showing the
nothing
phase of the moon.
because tonight is new moon, so it's not showing
Yeah.
the sliver of the moon. But now in the center of it, there's like a very dim glow, like a golden dim glowing inside of that like blue gem.
Interesting. Well, we'll find out closer to nighttime, I guess, if it
I guess so. Yeah.
glows
Maybe it.
more.
This is what it looks
Maybe
like.
it glows. Maybe it doesn't show the location. Maybe it shows the time. Like if it gets brighter, the closer it gets to.
Maybe, or
whatever
maybe it's whoever's wearing the pendant gets transported to this magical carnival. It does say enjoy the
Ooh.
magic, and that's why it's admit one.
Okay. Interesting.
Let's
Good-
go try
good.
that out.
Could be, yeah. I mean, how do you get back?
Exactly. We already lost Kit
For
somewhere in the
starters,
woods.
yeah. The last
we
thing we
also-
need is to start a manhunt for every member of the party.
Yeah,
Yes,
we also need to bring these provisions.
Yes, and not let them just be left in the middle of nowhere with no one protecting.
And it's honestly a good idea if we start making our way off the road. Like we've got, I don't I
Off
think
the
we
road?
got, no, get to the village and
Yeah,
meet
yeah.
them. It's we got lucky so far, but I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe. Everyone keeps telling us there's goblins around.
Yeah, I don't want to
No.
encounter any more of these.
I think during the day might be safer than during the night. So as long as we get to Phandelver before nightfall, then we should be all right. It's only a couple of hours, isn't it? How long is it
Should
to
be.
nightfall right now, Shinny?
Well, you're somewhere like
'Cause I
an
would know.
hour away from Vandalin, so it's like 3 p.m. So it's like 3 hours away.
So sun still sets at 6.
Yeah.
Okay. I just figured because we're a bit further north, I didn't know if that would be less or not. But that's
You're not further north. You're actually further south from where you started in your village.
yes, I mean in the Forgotten Realms, generically speaking, we're quite
No,
further
like
north.
the sunset
north.
sun that you have in the calendar, that's the proper sunset.
Okay.
Of course, once you get closer to the mountain, you will have the effect of the sun behind the mountain sets later, but the mountain is blocking the sunlight, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, if that's all from you guys,
Mhm.
That's all that's in the pouch, isn't it? So
Yeah.
that's all. That's all from me.
okay.
Yep,
Well,
go.
And just being miserable because it's still raining and she's still shivering visibly.
I mean, it is miserable, yes.
Yeah.
Eventually, the rapid trek emerges from the wooded hillside, and you catch your first glimpse of the town of Phandelver. The town itself consists of 40 or 50 simple log buildings. Some, even afar, you can see some are built on old fieldstone foundations. Some of them on top of the old ruins. Some of them look newer. More old ruins, crumbling stone walls covered with dried up briars and evergreen ivy are surrounding the newer houses and shops, and showing that how this must have been a much larger town centuries ago, even 100 years ago. Most of the newer buildings are set on the sides of the cart track that you would left and right of it, so the trail goes right through it basically, and it kind of widens into a muddy main street, and then there's off to the side it kind of climbs towards a ruined manor house, which was probably very impressive back in the day. Judging by the state of it, that's probably from 100 years ago, that manor house. And as you approach the town, you kind children playing in the town green, properly like dressed for the hot, like for the cold weather, not really being bothered by the freezing rain, because children be like that. But otherwise it's very quiet because it is a very cold and miserable day. So like, you know, most people are probably inside. But let me actually put you on the actual map.
Ooh.
So
Fancy.
you're coming in here.
Ooh.
Don't move yourself! Control Z.
You pointed us.
No, yeah, but I'm gonna put like, you can put your party token, but like sure, yeah. You
Okay.
it's more like
I tried out the new movement thing.
I already clicked.
Apple!
And I was starting to and it goes back.
It's more for me so I can mark you for dice rolls, right?
Uh-huh.
So I put you somewhere I can easily see you. But yeah, this is the town. There will be a bunch of icons I can make visible, but like I figured I will give you the chance at the beginning to just naturally, like, you know, as you come in, ask me what you're seeing and let you kind of explore at the beginning and figure it out. You still have your cart. Still no sign of Kit. It's been about 3 hours that she went missing again. Nothing unusual for her. I would start getting worried, like if she's not come back in a few days. But we can get to that later. Either way, what you doing?
So from what it's looking like, we first pass through like the farmlands, like some farmhouses, and then into the proper. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So outside, aside of the children we see and hear playing, are there like adults being around, like?
Well, like I said,
or
there's
just
nobody really walking around because it's a cold, miserable day. And it's a few children. You kind of hear them in the distance more than you can see them from there. Like they're like down here basically. But as you are coming through, the very first two buildings that stand out to you because they're clearly marked is this is Barford's Provision. And this is marked as the smithy, Frank's smithy. You have like a anvil sign, and you can also hear like clanking coming from the building. That's kind of like the loudest noise you experience as you come in. But Barfin's Provision is right here.
I mean,
awesome.
That's
in the immediate path. That's perfect.
Yeah, we should deliver the cart and right.
Get paid, and then please, can we go somewhere warm and dry?
Yeah, maybe they have an inn, a tavern, or something like that. Even if this place is small.
Right now, I'll settle for the floor of the smithy, as long as it's warm and dry.
Well,
We can ask Bartha.
If you double click on the building.
Ooh!
It's interactive.
I get a blank screen with a loading bar.
Yeah, it takes. You don't own
no
any
token.
tokens with vision in the scene.
Yep.
Give me a second. This is once again. Configure lighting. I will just pull.
Oh, we get a close up.
There you go.
Are we allowed to move these tokens?
Yes. So
Just double checking.
You're coming up here, but I also wanted to kind of show you how this system works. If you see down here, there's like a slightly like see-through black area. If you double click on that, you get back to the big map.
Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I saw on the big
slightly
back.
see through what? Where?
Yeah,
Like-
I don't see that. What you mean? Where?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What?
It's like outlined
Oh, yeah.
across
Okay.
the road.
I can see it. Yeah, yeah.
It's
yeah,
like a
yeah.
transition.
And not only
Yeah.
that, but if you actually go with your token onto it, like
Mhm.
if you just move onto it,
It takes your token back.
It takes you to
Okay.
the main Phandelver map.
Yeah, and on the main map, I also saw like at the very beginning you could go back to Triboros Road. That was nice.
Oh. There's our favorite clickable.
Doors.
Carol.
As we're approaching this, can you just describe the outside of the building for me? Because you said most of the buildings were log buildings, but does that mean some of them are stone, some of them are not?
No,
Or
this is a wooden building.
this is a wooden
It
building?
is one of the bigger buildings in Phandelver.
Mhm.
It doesn't have a second store. It's more like wide than it is tall.
Sure.
The first thing that you see when you come around the corner is the two stable entrances. There's a well, and this would be the
Okay.
main entrance with the sign to it here.
Right, so these are the doors. The first door on the left is the stable entrance.
Yeah, this is a
Is that
stable
right?
entrance, and this is a stable entrance.
Uh-huh.
So these two
Okay,
are stable entrances.
okay.
Mhm.
Are they fully closed doors, or are they like half open doors to the stables?
They are fully closed with like
Okay.
it's not like there's like a little window up above,
Mhm.
and you can get the smell from cereal, but because it's been winter and it's still rather cold.
Yeah, they've got them closed up.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just wondering if we could see inside without, like, as you walk past, because some stables are open.
You can peek in,
so-
yeah. You can see that it has those like windows that has like bars on there, but it's wooden bars.
Mhm.
If that makes
Mhm.
sense.
Okay.
So you can peek
Yeah.
in and you can totally see the horses.
Oh,
How many
the-
horses are there?
Go
There's
on, peek in.
But
There's
like
one
easily,
each.
There's one each,
That-
but there's easily room for a donkey in either of them.
Consider
No,
me
I-
peeking in. I'm not opening the door. I'm peeking in. Once.
Hmm.
So there's one horse in each stable, is what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Oh.
Okay. So there's not one horse for each of us. That's
No.
what I was getting at. It made it sound like this was heist number one.
This horse is close though, so as Lion like goes up to the door like to peek in, like the horse is probably just there.
Yeah,
This is
sleeping in
very
the
close
window
to
and
the
looking
door.
at you.
Yeah, it's gonna like hold out my hand in front of the nose, like just let him smell me. And if he looks friendly, I'm just gonna pet him on the nose.
You might need to move, Lena, because the cart's currently riding over you.
No, yeah, I put I'm riding the cart, so I don't know what you see, but I
Okay.
placed myself out good as well as possible.
Yeah.
I grouped us.
You're below the token for me.
Below the
Yeah.
wheel.
I'm above it for my side, so fuck it.
Well,
I'm still
mean,
riding it.
How do I
I
bring
was-
Lena's token higher?
I wasn't. Wait, no, I didn't do that. But let me show you a little thing. So, if you click on Matteo, and then with Matteo target the card, and then hit M,
Oh shit, target. Oh,
and then
Oh.
if you click on yourself
That's far too complicated.
and target the card and hit M, it takes a moment. I basically have a mod that kind of lets you like ride the thing.
Yeah, the cart. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
there we go.
There we go. Yeah. Now you're on top.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Awesome.
So I presume there is there's nobody out and about because it's miserable, you said.
Yes.
But are there at least the sounds of other people? Like, can you hear people clanging in the smithy? Because that
Yeah,
wasn't
you
that
can-
far
you
away
can
from
hear
here.
The people clanging in the smithy, yes.
Okay.
It's again, you have 40, 50 houses. This is not like a very busy town. Like even in your town,
Yeah.
people were not like walking around all the freaking time, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Cool. Well, let's not stand in the rain. Leave Mateo there for now.
All right, let me
Let's
just
Now I
go
have
a
to
bit
remember
to the
inside.
how
side.
to dismount you.
Press M again, probably.
No, it's N, I think.
For a negative mount.
Oh, there we go.
Ah, okay. Alrighty.
He's moving!
Yeah.
You just walked into me.
Yo, rude.
So yeah, as you open the door, there was like a guy walking around, and he was like, he's carrying things, and he kind of perks up above the sack that he's like carrying, and goes like, "Oh, hi,
Hi, Barthen's Provisions?
yeah,
We have a donkey and a cart for you. We were told to deliver it
From Gundren.
from Gundren Rockseeker.
yeah. Give me a second. Stand there. I mean, come in.
Thank goodness. He said come in. At least it's not raining in here
And then
yet.
it's like, oh, hi.
Hi.
Okay.
It's a little bit cramped in here. Are you sure you want us to come in? All the way to the office on the end?
Keep
Oh.
keep going. Keep going. It's to the right, and then the first two on the left. That's Elmer.
Wait.
I'll take care of Donkey.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks.
Okay. This one.
He said first left, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's enough.
Hi?
Oh, hi.
Elmer?
Yes.
We're here delivering a cart from Gundren Rockseeker.
Come inside.
Oh, come inside.
Terrible weather outside.
Oh, yes, it did. How was the trip?
Uneventful, thankfully.
Yeah.
Came across a couple of strange riders or people outside of Phandelver, but nothing too interesting. They said something about dealing with the miners' exchange and they were heading home. But other than that, nothing else really going on.
Yep.
Town looks a little bit quiet today. I take it the weather keeps everyone indoors.
Oh, yes. Nobody goes around in this weather.
I hope you don't mind. We're kind of dripping all over your carpets here a little bit.
That is fine.
but-
That's fine.
Okay.
So what's news? Where's Scooter?
He said he had to return to Neverwinter and would follow in a couple of days' time. Something about needing to locate one of his friends or meet up with one of his friends. He was in that much of a rush, honestly. He didn't really give us a lot of information. He just said to keep traveling ahead of him, and that when we arrived to deliver the cart and the provisions here, and that you would sort out the payment for us.
Yes, I think it's one of my assistants took over the cart and
Yeah, there was a guy carrying a sack when we opened the door. He said he would deal with the donkey and the cart.
One of them. Is it the ginger one or the dark-haired one?
Ginger
He had,
Which one was it?
he had a sack. He had a sack over his shoulder. Honestly, I didn't really get to see his face much.
Doesn't matter. And actually, a moment later, the door opens. It's like, oh, hi, that's the ginger one, by the way.
Hi.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
fine.
M-
By mistake.
Must have been him.
And Sotna, this is a different guy.
Yeah.
So he's like, yo, boss, I sort of like, I guess I'll leave it. Bye. And he like goes away. And Elmer is like, oh, that was under. So, was it him?
No, it was, I think, the other one.
Oh, so
The other one.
That's Fisk. I'm Elmer.
What
I'm
is
a
it?
barfed, and he kind of like wipes his hands and comes over and shakes your hands. So let me just show you what they look like, because I think at this point you're like, what?
Yes, please. I need the names in writing that pop up always. Because
Okay.
Backstories, history, all of that stuff.
Yeah,
Likes, dislikes, favorite color.
I'm trying to find. Oh, there. I'm blind. Elmar, Barfen. So this is Elmar?
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, they don't have names.
It's a small town. Expect them all to have names.
No, I mean the picture doesn't have the names on it.
Oh, the picture doesn't have the name on it.
Elmar.
Barfen.
Okay, thank you for the zoom in.
Also,
And,
you should get Elmar when you hover over the token, right?
Oh, yeah.
It does, yeah.
And then you have Under. Under is that's the guy who just showed up.
They're all Barthans.
No,
Oh.
The assistants.
The
Yeah.
assistants.
the assistants.
So his name is Under, UNDER.
No,
No, it's in chat already. ANDER.
Yeah.
Anders
Ander.
writing Ander.
Okay.
And
I don't know
Ander.
why I'm
Yeah.
just writing, but yeah. No, that's not true.
I saw it though. Thank you.
Under and Thistle.
Ah, okay. Hello, namesake. Familiar.
What's Grandma doing here?
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the guy who is taking care of Matteo and the cart.
Okay. He
Um,
looks like he
and-
does all the heavy labor.
Well, no, actually. the-
Chunky lad.
Elmar, after he shook your hand, he kind of waved you more in, so you're not standing by the door.
Mhm.
Stepped out and kind of like yelled for Under, and then told him to go help Thistle to check over the cart. And
Okay.
Under goes
Am I
out.
right in thinking in this room, the three of us are standing in the entryway and there's a counter here?
Yes.
It looks like a counter, yeah.
But you can,
Yeah.
like, he can open this, and this is currently open.
Yeah.
He can come further inside. The inside is mostly, from what you can see, like provisions such as like flour, fruit, vegetables.
Helps.
You see a more, you see a lot of, like a general stuff.
Yeah. If anybody else wants to go through, you're more than welcome to, but I feel
It's like,
uncomfortable going further inside.
It's ordinary goods, like you have like backpacks, bedrolls, roll rations, a lot of like flour and that kind of stuff.
I thought you
Yeah.
were going to change them into dramatic
I didn't get
playlists.
Because
Yeah,
we were playing
never mind.
Baldur's Gate 4.
Probably Narcity will because he's kind of like standing in the doorway. He feels awkward. He's gonna go scooch past you and just stand in
Yeah.
a little bit more open space.
I also want to point
Yeah.
out that your tokens are not exactly as much space as you would actually take up.
Yeah, of course,
that's fine. But he was standing right in the
Yeah.
door.
Your tokens are
Yeah.
5 foot across, so yeah.
Mhm.
Yes, and as people, we are not 5 feet across.
But either way, he will
None of us is playing a
a
dwarf.
little
Speak for
while-
yourself.
Because it's gonna take the assistants to check, put Matteo into the stables and
Mhm.
check over the cards. So he will do some small talk and basically, are you new to the town?
Mhm.
Mind you, it's very clear that he knows that you're new to the town because he's never seen you. This is a small town. Like every newcomer stands out very much, but he's still friendly asking. Are you new to the town and stuff like that. And,
Small talk, yeah.
Yeah, small talk. But this would also be a good opportunity to ask him questions, right? Because he will make it clear that his assistants will check over the cards before you get paid, right? Just to make sure everything's in order.
Sure, it's warm and dry.
Yeah.
2 very key things I need right now, so take as much time as you need. But yeah, we're certainly new to town. What else is here available? Obviously, you've got your provision shop, and there's a smithy by the sounds of it. We heard the clanking.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Are there any other stores or shops or goods places that we should be interested in?
So we have my provisions. We're a trading post.
And you're a general goods store, I'm guessing, based on all the stuff we
yes.
can see on the tables. Good. Okay.
You have dangerous woodworking. You have, of course.
Sorry, say that again.
Dendrar's woodworking.
Dendrar's woodworking, great.
Yeah. Let me actually. So, Barton provision, computer ownership, limited. Barton's provisions.
Mm-hmm.
Then he will mention.
Indifferent.
What?
No, sorry, I just accidentally clicked on the relationship and saw indifferent to all of us. It just made me cackle for a bit. Sorry.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
he just arrived. He don't care.
Of course,
Yeah.
yeah, it makes sense, but still.
Yeah,
Phrasing was-
it's funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these days, it might be slightly better than indifferent, or worse. Who knows?
Not all of
Maybe
them have
worse.
pictures yet. I will eventually put pictures for all of them.
Mhm.
Yeah, Dendrar's woodworking. So that's like.
Oh wow, he's an early riser. Yep.
Mhm.
Good to
You
know.
don't know that. He's not telling you any of this. I'm just sharing.
Oh, okay.
So then have to type this into the chat every time you go like, but how do you spell that?
Yeah. I guessed that one correctly anyway, doesn't it? So,
Yeah. So Frax Smithy, he will mention.
Mhm.
That's the local blacksmith. He is a retired weaponsmith, but however, he's not really selling those. He's just doing farmer stuff. However, if you do need stuff handmade, he might be persuaded to help you with that.
Good to know.
Mhm.
Do you know anything about his history, like where he's from?
I mean, he's from there.
Just- Oh, he's from Neverwinter. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
You of course have the Lion Shield Coster, which is another trading post.
Mhm.
A bit more advanced. This is more for daring adventurers, and he kind of looks at you, to see if you give him any reaction to that. Because again, you know the rumors. Phandelver has kind of turned into a bit of a frontier town. So yeah, there's the occasional.
Can I insight check him? Is he looking because he might have some more information for us, or is he looking just to gauge our reaction?
Insight check.
Gotta find my character sheet.
Would you please stop self-rolling?
Well, then ask me to do an insight check.
But I cannot see what you rolled, Chris. Like you're kind of defeating the purpose.
Oh, self-rolling.
Yeah.
Yep.
I rolled a 12. I didn't realize it was on self-roll.
Yeah.
I didn't
Stop
ask
doing
it to do self-roll.
self-rolling.
I didn't. I had it on public roll.
Hmm.
But it did the self-roll for some reason. Do you want me to roll it again, or do you want me to screenshot the
No,
12?
it's fine. You can just screenshot the 12. But like, yeah.
Okay. You don't trust me, it's a 12. You want me to screenshot it, it's a 12.
You offered, you asshole. What a setup.
There
I
we
can
go.
screenshot it for you. Oh, you want me to screenshot it? Wow.
Rude.
But there you go, 12. But yeah, you should have just asked me to do an insight check anyway. That's one of your play modes. So.
The new toy already got boring, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too many other new toys.
Too much effort. Too
Yeah.
much effort. And you want me to do another one?
Yes.
Because you don't trust my 12.
Because
It's Photoshop.
Just roll it before rocks fall from the sky.
No, it's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
I'm counting the 12. It's fine. It's fine. I'm deleting this. Stop shit talking. No, he is just generally curious. He's like just trying to see what type of person is
Trying
coming.
to gauge
the
who we are.
usual-
Yeah.
It's you've seen this kind of face plenty of times on yourself and your fellow villagers when you were gauging resting caravans. When you were going out to trade them, because it could be all kinds of people. You might be thugs. You might be just genuinely. You can see that he's like positively inclined towards you because you were sent by Gundren after all. But he's still like giving you a once over to see like what type of person you are. Like, okay, did you come here to get rich in the mines, or did you come here to whatever?
Adventurers, maybe not quite that far, but we're certainly open to job opportunities.
He nods. He will nod. Yeah. But yeah, he will also mention. So the other trading post is run by Lenny Graven. This is the Lion Shield Coster.
That one you didn't pop up yet.
Yeah, could we? Thank you.
Lion
Shields. Okay.
Just a couple of very quick, curious questions from me. Like, obviously they supply daring adventurers, but what sort of things do they supply that you don't, and what sort of things does Elmar supply that they don't? For example, like what's the difference essentially?
Well, he will tell you that like you can get at Frax, you can get stuff like minus picks and hammers and grappling hooks and crowbars, all that like general stuff. And occasionally he might have some leftover, like a sword or a dagger. Most of the time he if you ask very friendly, and if he likes you and you pay good coin, he will make you something because he used to be a master blacksmith. If you don't look for anything fancy, he has an apprentice. She can also help, but most of the time they're just helping with like horseshoes, nails, like the standard farming equipment and the like. So at Barfin's, Elmer will point out, you have things like, general supplies that you might need to go out in the field, like backpacks and iron pots, and also things that you might need in the households, like jugs and pitchers and baskets.
Okay.
Candles.
He also sells clothes, like common clothes. He sells rations. He sells things like lamps and locks and pythons, and candles and things like that.
Does he sell oil for the lanterns? I assume so.
Yes, he does.
Yes. Okay. Good. Yeah.
But of course, it also depends on the supplies because they get like supplies once a week. When the weather's good. When the weather's bad, once a month. So as long as it lasts.
Do they normally come from Neverwinter, or are there other towns you get them from?
Normally they come from Neverwinter, yes.
Okay.
Occasionally, very rarely, because of the miners exchange, they also have some limited trade with Tribor.
Is there a town called Tribor?
Yeah, so if you follow the Tribor trail from the high road, you get to the road to the Tribor, where the Tribor trail meets the long road.
Yeah, the first rider we met, he was heading to Tribor.
Okay. Is that kind of past Connieberry's ruins, that direction?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah, okay.
He also has Barfin, like Elmar also sells like a bunch of like utensils such like carpenter tools, leatherworkers tools, masons tools, like general tools that you might need.
Common tools.
Although he will point out that if you want specialized cobblers and carpenter's tools, it might actually be better to go to dangerous woodworking.
Okay. For cobbler's tools.
Yes.
Okay.
Or to the blacksmith because he makes the metal parts for
it. Sure, yeah. Basically anything iron related to go for the smithy.
Yeah, anything wood related, go to Denver.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
rather, go to Fel. That's his first name. Let me just open it. There we go. Fel. So that's the smithy.
And the one thing you haven't mentioned is about anyone doing kind of hunting. Does anyone sell like hunting supplies, like bows, arrows, that kind of stuff?
Well, I mean, you can.
Would that be
get
the
more,
woodworker?
Well, I mean, I was gonna say the Lion Shield Coster has more like the outdoorsy and more dangerous equipment, such as
Okay.
armor and weapons.
Mm-hmm.
However,
Right. Okay.
you
So
will also point out that Lanine will not sell you shit if she thinks you're sus.
no, of course. I mean, this is just. I was thinking about like if we wanted to settle down locally, are people allowed to just go hunting in the woods on their own? I assume they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So if we wanted hunting supplies, that would be
No,
where we
so
go.
Barfin will like will explain that while we have a town master, he is elected locally,
Mm-hmm.
and that they don't really have a lord
Okay.
ruling over the town. So basically, the forest and stuff is all collectively quote unquote owned, but not really.
Yeah,
It's like-
it belongs to nobody essentially,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
everyone's free to use it. Yeah.
But
Okay.
but is there someone that knows more about the area? Is it like the one that specializes in hunting or trapping? Someone in town?
Well, I mean, there is Radolf the Druid. He knows a lot about the area. Like, he knows it like in the back pocket. He's been here longer than any of them.
Who the
What's his
druid?
name? Sorry, Raid.
Radolf.
Radolf, like, like Adolf with an R.
No.
Radolf.
Radolf.
We'll type it in.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Rain Druid?
That was a bad ending.
Radolf.
Oh,
Radolf,
okay, that's a weird
okay.
spelling.
Very doth the druid.
Brilliant.
He will also point out that, of course, you have the minus exchange should you like go mining or sifting for minerals in the river. You can go to Halia Thornton to exchange whatever you have found for money. They also buy any interesting items you might find in the area.
Is that any interesting items, like archaeologically, or do you mean like specifically ores, minerals?
She buys all the local miners who actually go mining. They sell to her,
Mm-hmm.
and she
Okay.
then has usually a courier, and he just like points out, oh yeah, he was here recently, picking up goods from Tribor.
What's her
sort
name
of
again?
mineral-
Sorry.
No, carry on. Miners Exchange is
Got it, thank you.
Halia Thornton.
Thank you.
And you mentioned kind of going mineral searching. Do a lot of people search for minerals in the rivers and stuff, or?
Mm-hmm.
And what sort of minerals do they get?
Lately.
So there's gold locally.
There's all kinds of ores in the mountains. They used to be
Mhm.
mined.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are like just sifting for gold nuggets in the river. But nothing big has been found yet. Like it's still people only prospecting.
Do I know from any of the history that from Elkin's tales or from anything else I might know about if there's any silver locally?
Yes.
There is. Okay. From tales, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Brilliant. That's been a wealth of information. So those are the 5 main places: the Miners Exchange, Lion Shield,
The
Costa.
very main place, of course, except for Barford's provisions, is the Town Master Hall. And the Town Master is Harbin Bester. I will pop out
Mhm.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
He will also point out that like the town master has a billboard with like any current general jobs for
Get posted.
adventurers. He's like emphasizes the word again. Are
Uh-huh.
usually posted.
Great. The one thing you haven't mentioned is there a local tavern or inn somewhere we can get rooms?
Oh, yes. The Stonehill Inn. It's been run by
Stonehill Inn.
Toblin Stonehill, the Stonehill family actually, with his wife and his kid. There you go, Stonehill Inn.
Brilliant. And I appreciate this has been a wealth of questions, but as your assistants are still checking the cards, are there any other kind of esoteric, unusual other individuals in town? You mentioned Radolf the Druid. Are there anybody else like that?
Well, he will say that we have our local shrine, the Shrine of Luck, which is at Tamora. However, over the years, he kind of started accumulating all kinds of like idols for, the major deities of Faerun. It's been tended to by Sister Garaele, which is he kind of because you did have elves in your village, right?
Yeah.
He's butchering an elven name.
Okay, and because I basically
Amazing.
grew up with an elf, yeah, I would fully get that. Yeah.
Norsilian also kind of like cringes, like
we both speak Elvish, so yes, instant current, like almost grimacing when he says the name, and she will politely correct him if possible in the conversation.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, of course," and then he mispronounces it again. Because it's one of those things where like he just doesn't hear the difference, right?
He goes from 12 grammatical errors in one word to 15.
Yeah, basically. But basically, he points out she's an elf and she is a worshipper, a priestess of Ogma, but she is tending to the shrine.
Ooh, that's interesting. A priest of the knowledge. God. We've never really had anyone from Ogma, have we? We've never really had anyone in a hamlet.
Grandma.
You didn't have a priest. Period. Full stop.
Yeah, we didn't have a priest.
Full stop. Yeah.
At all.
Cool. So you mentioned that other people worship their own gods as well. So at the Shrine of Luck, what are the other gods that are kind of the most favorable in town? Just out of curiosity.
He will list basically the most favorable is Tamora by far.
Chontier as well.
There is actually a priestess of Shanti in Umbral Hill, which is right next to Phandelver.
Okay.
She's also the town's midwife.
Oh, good to know. And you said she's outside of Phandelver.
Yes. Her name is Adabra Gwyn. Not Aldabra. It's Adabra.
Adabra.
Yes.
Yeah, my ears were burning.
Yes,
then.
I was like, Aldabra, I'm not a one? Fuck, how many are there? He's popping up everywhere.
He will also say kind of reluctantly that there's another tavern in town because you asked for unusual things, right? There's another another tavern in town, but he in general, the Sleeping Giant, it's on the outskirts. And he kind of makes a face and be like, I would generally recommend you don't go there.
Is it more for kind of rough-esque individuals, I take it? A bit more of a rougher drinking.
Areas that have recently come to town, the Red Brands, they're kind of rough and tumble. Everyone in town kind of tends to avoid them and give them white bird. So if you do see one of them, just stay away.
Okay, but it's more... Sorry, carry on. Yeah.
How do we know the Red Brands then? If we see
Oh,
them?
you don't.
Okay.
Probably dressed in clinking armor and carrying weapons, whereas everyone else isn't.
They look.
Yeah.
Okay.
But do they generally cause trouble, or for the most part they keep themselves?
You see, like he's a bit reluctant because he doesn't know you, right?
Mhm.
So you would have to give me a persuasion check. Give me a second. Who's trying to persuade him to spill the beans?
Elana.
Definitely me.
Yeah.
Obviously, I was the one asking, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
First check that actually matters.
Oh shit. Yeah. So he will tell you that they have recently, like I said, recently come to town.
Mhm.
And they are causing all kinds of trouble. Like they're being
Oh, okay. They're being disruptive.
They're being disruptive.
Mm.
And because Harbin, the townmaster, is a coward,
Uh-huh.
they are kind of doing whatever they want.
Essentially, are they breaking any laws, or are they just pushing their luck when it comes to that?
He will say he would not be surprised if they are breaking laws.
Okay.
But also people would be hard pressed to
do anything about it.
Yes,
Mm.
because they would. It's a small town.
Okay.
Most of the people in town are not professional fighters. They're just normal people.
Yeah, of course.
Trying to
Yeah.
live their life, and they're not really equipped
common
to
folk.
deal with the red brands at all.
Mm.
The Red Brands, is that what they call themselves?
Yes.
The Red Brands. Okay.
Mm.
How long have they been here, roughly?
You
said they recently arrived?
Yeah, it's been weeks. They arrived like
Okay, arrived a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Your secret's safe with us. Don't worry, we won't go blabbing to anybody. And they're on the eastern side of town, was it? Did you say?
On the western side.
To avoid western side of town. Okay. Good to know. Great. I only have one last question for you, if that would be all right. There's obviously there's a whole bunch of houses in town, but there's also a couple of ruined ones by the looks of things. How do people decide who's allowed to own property and who isn't if you don't have a local lord?
You just ask the town master.
Okay,
If
so
you
we might be able
find
to.
a lot that you like, and ask the town master, and usually he doesn't mind if you repossess one of the old ruined houses at all.
And we can do it up and get some supplies from here to help do that up. Right.
Since we're speaking of the ruins, I saw that huge manor up that little incline there.
True, yeah.
Can anyone just check it out? Look it over, because it seems to be a very old building.
That is the Trasender Manor. It used to be the manor of some lord 100 years ago. It is now mostly abandoned. Just be careful because it's crumbling. There might be actually something falling on your head. And there's also wild animals living in it, so like be careful if you go in there. Most people in the town avoid it.
What sort of wild animals?
Oh, you know, the usual.
Like
badgers,
wolves?
foxes.
Oh, badgers.
No, wolves
Okay.
don't
Do you get any?
come this close to the town.
Okay. You don't get any like big dangerous creatures trying to come through town, like bears?
No.
We've
no.
obviously just
The
had a
bears-
harsh winter.
Bears, yeah, sometimes they come down from the mountain, but the winter was especially harsh. This year it was relatively calm so far. No
Okay.
bear incidents, but
Great.
it can happen, yes.
Brilliant. That's a whole bunch of information that my keen mind is definitely going to remember. Mine, not so much.
That's what notes are for.
Yeah, that's what notes are for. So other than the sleeping giant and the Shrine of Luck, there's no other interesting people in town?
I mean, there's plenty of interesting people.
How many people are there roughly? Do you know? I
there
assume you do. Okay.
Around 200.
It's around 200. is that kind of settled people, not including these mercenary and just kind of people who
Yes,
come through
settled
town to
people.
try and get
Settled people.
settled people?
That live
Yeah. Okay.
there. Of varying ages. There's
Okay.
like a few families. There's like a bunch of miners. There's some retired people as well that come here to retire. He will quote one of the more notable ones is Darren Edermuth. He used to be part of the Gauntlet.
Name in chat, please. The Gauntlet.
The Order of
What is the Gauntlet?
Do a history check. Have we ever heard of this?
Yes, you should, because the Order of the Gauntlet is actually a very known organization.
You say it's very well known, but to those of us who grew up in a tiny hamlet in the middle of nowhere,
I am. Yeah.
it may not be so well known. So,
Let me see the where are you guys? Click, and history.
Well.
Let's
try.
go. Nice.
well, wow,
Get fucked.
not gonna beat that.
I know everything. I remember.
Lion was paying attention during Eldabra's story time.
One of the few moments he was.
Oh, mine's not terrible.
Lana also
Yeah.
would know. So Annie is like, oh yeah, this is probably one of those, things that Annie didn't care about. But the Order of the Gauntlet was a coalition of, or is a coalition of, morally upstanding warriors, knights, paladins, clerics, and wizards, who dedicated themselves to the destruction of evil in Faerun. They are a unified group bonded by either their fervent religious belief or staunch dedication to enforcing justice in the realm. They are the two of the basically they are worshipping the most, they're mostly dedicated to Helm, Torm, and Tyr.
Okay, yeah, the just gods.
Yes. But basically,
In other news, this is a confirmation that the rolling thing is fucked up for me because I again saw a second dice when Abba rolled.
Really?
Yeah.
I clicked on it and I said normal roll.
I know.
Yeah,
It's just
I
for me,
definitely only
apparently.
saw one.
Yeah, it's fucked for me apparently, but I'm just gonna ignore it.
Elmar will note that Darren Edermuth is retired now from the Gauntlet, but he's still like a very upstanding citizen. He runs the Edermuth Orchard to the west of the town.
What fruit is it?
It's apples. And he says that they turn it into cider that's sold at the Stonehill Inn.
Ooh.
Yeah. Edermuth cider, very good cider. And that he's a retired war wizard.
Very curious. Is he? I assume he doesn't have any contacts to help deal with the sleeping giant problem, or doesn't care enough to do anything about it yet.
Well, Elmar will actually say, if you're curious about that, you should probably go and talk to, but...
Go and talk to Darren.
He wouldn't be to Darren, yeah. He wouldn't be surprised if Darren is already working on a plan.
Okay. That sounds like something I might want to get involved in then.
Sorry, Elmer, could you point me in the direction of Radoth, where he hangs out normally?
Oh, we're asking directions
he's
already.
All over the place, but he's really good friends with Quilleen Underleaf. They run a farm at the southeast end of Phandelver. And he kind of points at Andy. He's like, they're of your people, a family of halflings. It's a mother and her son. They know usually more about his whereabouts because they're very close friends.
Friends with Quilleen, did you say?
also will point out that Corleen is also very friendly
Okay.
towards newcomers, and if you like good people, you can usually ask her to stay in her stables for a little while.
Oh.
If you don't have the money for the stone moment.
Good to know.
That's good to know, definitely.
Brilliant,
Yes.
thank you.
Definitely interested in that
But since
offer.
Alba rolled so high, and basically Elmar is kind of getting into the chatty side, and he's kind of like telling you how he's friends with the Rockseeker brothers and with Gundren, and how the three of them have been very excited to like find the ruins of the Phandelver Park any day now, and the two of the brothers are like somewhere in the mountains, like actively looking for it. And there will be probably some like back any day now. While Gundren went back to Neverwinter to get more supplies, obviously, like because you're part of that. But he will also kind of tell you a bit more about the Phandelver's Pact of what he knows, and he's like super proud of like that he knows it. So basically, he tells you. That more than 500 years ago, like there were like clans of dwarfs and gnomes who made an agreement known as the Phandelver's Pact, by which they would share a rich mine in the wondrous cavern known as the Wave Echo Cave. And in addition to its mineral wealth, the mine also contained great magical power. And human spellcasters allied themselves with the dwarves and gnomes to channel and bind that energy into a crate forge, which came to be known as the Forge of Spells, where they were making magic items. And because of that, in the 10th century, is that Phandelver was kind of built next to the mine as a town, and prospered from that spell forge and the items that were made. But then the disaster struck when the Ulfgard orcs swept through the north and laid waste to all towns in their path, and kind of the original Phandelver was destroyed during that. And and they kind of tried to take the cave as well, and seize it, but the wizards fought alongside the dwarf and gnome allies to defend the Forge of Spells, and the ensuing spell battle destroyed much of the cavern, and it kind of got lost. But apparently the Rockseekers have discovered where it's at, and you can see like Elmer is really excited about it, because it also means like if it gets rediscovered, that will probably bring another wave of prosperity to Phandelver.
Yeah, absolutely. And potentially danger too, but very interesting. Do you know anything about the history of the families who used to live here and moved away, by any chance? Or do you know anyone who
not
would?
Not really. Like, he is as new as the rest. Like, basically most people who are here now have come here mostly 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay, so
Radolf
long enough to settle and set up. But
yeah, Radolf is the oldest. Like, he's like well in his 80s.
Okay.
He's been here longer than anyone else.
Very interesting.
I don't think I have any more specific pertinent questions. I think it's probably time to get out and about town and have a look around.
Yeah. I assume the shrine is is immediately visible, or are there like any directions that you could give me? I would be very interested.
But he's like
in
just down the
seeing
road
it.
to the town square. It's very hard to miss.
Okay. Thank you.
Super duper. Are your apprentices finished counting all the stuff?
Yeah, the apprentices will eventually return. Sorry, I was just also like uncovering the elder leaf farm for you, so you can see it on the map once you get out.
Cool.
So yeah, once the apprentice, like the not apprentices, shop assistants, right? They will like say that like everything is in order, and he will Thistle will point out how neatly it was packed up and stacked.
You're very welcome.
And Elmer will be very satisfied and be like, okay, here are the 10 gold that Goodwin told me. And he said if everything was in order and if you like arrived in a timely manner, which you did even in this weather, to give you 2 gold extra. So he's giving you 12 gold.
Oh.
He scored.
That's amazing. Thank you very much.
Yes.
We'll no doubt spend some of that back here when we need some new supplies.
Rewards. So yeah, you can note down 12 gold total for.
Do we want to split it 2 each and 4 into a group fund?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 3 each.
Yeah.
Either way.
We have not yet decided if anyone's the group treasurer, so I don't know.
We all know that Lena's gonna be a group treasurer.
Yeah, there's no like also like it just looks at like Andy's like.
We all know you like counting coins.
Yeah.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It only seems fitting that you might wish to keep hold of the party treasury.
Yeah, you can weigh yourself down a little bit more in the front. You were tilting too much to the back.
Yeah.
Oh. Rude.
Not sure 4 gold coins are gonna quite counterbalance all the pack weight she's got.
But
from her
she
backpack.
is very small, so.
Okay.
Rude.
Indeed, very rude.
Oh, it's just like he seems in a good mood now. They arrived in the town, so he's like.
I'm generally just in a slightly better mood because I'm still dripping all over the floor, but at least I'm starting to thaw out at this point.
But I think we should head to the tavern and get a warm meal. I think we deserved it, yeah?
The inn, you mean?
Yeah.
The tavern's the one we should dodge.
The inn, the
Stone Hill.
Yeah.
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 What time it's kind of a couple of hours before sunset.
At this point,
It's like almost sunset.
it's an hour before sunset.
Do we want to go and speak to Quilleen first about maybe finding somewhere to stay in the stables for the night? Because night is
like
almost here.
Lion takes like one look at Ilana, like is she still like kind of like shivering? I think one night in a tavern is we can spend that.
Let's see if there are any rooms available.
Yeah, let's see if the rooms and what the prices are.
And if not, then we'll go and speak to Quilleen.
We can try it for later nights, but I think all of us need to recover.
Yeah, we could all do with a night not sitting in the freezing rain, I think.
All right. Thank you very much for all the information you gave us, Elma.
And he will tell you also that he's open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I know I said the other one was my last question, but this is really my last question. Do you know anybody? Do you know of any jobs around town needing to be done? Hunters, trappers, weavers, teaching the children, anything?
Towards the town hall, and he will say like, just go around. The miners exchange. Well, he said like, the miners exchange usually ask for like more challenging things. But Sister Garele might have something for you to do. Ask Darren at the Edinburgh Orchard.
Absolutely. Yeah. So it's just asking around, basically.
Yeah, mostly. And of course, if you go into the stone hill, there's always like people sitting there and talking. So in the evening.
Yeah. Brilliant. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Bye. Have a good
Bye.
day.
Yeah.
Yep. Out we go.
Yeah. As we before we exit, I give you guys all your shares of 2 gold, pocketing at the moment the one for Kit since she isn't here, and 4 into a party fund.
Excellent.
As you leave, you see around the corner there, Ilana, Thistle and Under, kind of whispering to each other and kind of pulling away from each other as you come by and giving you like very almost like giggly looks, Under is more like soft, has it like nod towards you with the wide smile, the winning smile, but Fizz is a bit more shy, but he's kind of giving you a little wave.
Thanks for your help. Bye.
Bye.
If you need anything, let us know. I'm Thistle. That's Ander.
Great. Thanks.
As Lion walks past, he kind of just gives like a side eye, and just continues walking, doesn't say anything.
I know. I'm watching you.
Yeah, kind of that, not pointing the fingers like watching would, but this kind of the side eye. And again, when he turns around to he literally turns around to close the door, and he gives the same look and then close the door.
And just kind of chuckles.
Raining still, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's be quick about this. Forced march, and Ilana knows that Andy's going to be having to skip a little to keep up with us, but not too fast that she's running, because none of us want to be standing in the rain, let's face it.
Yeah.
Time to test.
Boom!
Where's my token gone?
Woo!
I can't move this map around, apparently.
Sometimes you need to click on something else, on the select tool or the measuring tool, and then back.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Stonehill Inn is around the corner, luckily.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Probably just head there immediately.
Now proper.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yeah. So.
Awesome.
Double
Stonehill
Inn.
Art chart. Give me a second.
You also need to give us a token in the scene, because it suddenly went to being that new moon. Crikey, that came up so fast.
Yeah. Do we want to take a break now, since we're kind of in transition?
Yes, it's fine for me, certainly.
Yeah. Tokens, on the place.
Not
in the tavern.
The tavern, we don't.
The tavern. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
The
that's
inn.
where we're heading next.
The inn, yeah, the
inn,
Stonehill.
Yes. We're going to have to get used to calling it the inn and not the tavern.
Yeah.
It's not the tavern, it's the inn, yes.
Ooh.
Just give me, don't move yet, please. Because I just realized my fatal mistake here.
Yeah, we're about to go straight back to the map.
Yes.
Oh boy. There we go.
Bam. Much better.
Right. Break time?
Break time.
Yeah, we can do a break.
Awesome. Alrighty.
BRB.
Be right back.
Be right back. That's my dude.
That's my fetish.
The other druid
Okay.
is...
Not quite fetish, I don't think.
Yeah, that's one step too far.
Half a step too far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think that's a bit of a personal choice to have a half step, but okay. Ooh.
Ooh, double map.
Yeah, that's like the upstairs.
I understand.
And actually, that's not.
It's like, oh, that's a very weird terrain change.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Bye.
God damn it! Give me a second.
Technical issues.
Yes.
It's alright.
No rush.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah. Chris, what I told to Abel already is have fun
Yeah.
next time with the exposition recap.
Oof.
Yeah.
The small talk turned out to not be so small.
It's going to be. We had some small talk and learned a lot of information about a lot of people in town. Tune into the notes for details. The link is available at.
Yeah. We heard about some people in some places.
No further details. No, thank you, ma'am.
Wham bam, no thank you, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's being a bitch. Give me a second.
No rush.
Okay.
Because my camera is not picking up the actual map, so I'm gonna actually uncover it entirely. Configure.
Has everyone started a section in their notes for all of these places we just found?
Yeah, it's just like session notes from me. I'll have to do the in detail like glossary later on.
I immediately shoved them all to the bottom of the document and I was like, right, I got a section about all of the individual places each, and because I know over time more and more data is just going to grow about who's in it,
Yeah,
what they do.
Yeah, I'll probably at one point like start marking names in a specific color, places in another color, like so they pop out.
Yeah.
I know what happened. Update token. This should help it. And configure token vision. Nope. This is annoying. Prototype token vision. Yeah, I'm covering it right now because I don't want to fiddle with it. Double fiddle with it on my own time.
Alrighty.
There we go. Okay. That's the in.
Mm-hmm.
Boop boop doors.
Yep, definitely not staying outside.
Got.
This is a cramped place if there's more than 10 people in here at a time.
I mean, again, the tokens.
Big tokens.
Are way bigger than you would. You see the
Okay.
chairs? You see the bar chairs here? That's how big
Yeah,
it
yeah.
would be.
I know, it
good.
seems pretty comfortable for me.
Yep, these are ginormous chairs for you. After we enter in through the doors,
Yes.
What do we see?
set the scene for us.
Yes. Sorry, give me a second. Oh my god. Well.
Are you sure you're ready? Do you need another 5-minute break?
No, this just like threw me like with the fucking map. Like properly the way it's supposed to be, which I found annoying. Give me a second.
Good.
Is the bath next
Okay,
to the trees?
so-
Oh god.
The Stone
Interesting.
Hill Inn. It's a modest 2-story roadhouse. It has 6 rooms for rent on the upper floor. At this time of day, you have a nice decent crowd, which looks to be mostly commoners, from what you can see. There's no like, oh, people with armor and weapons, right? There's some
Yeah.
older people. Behind the bar is what you would assume would be Total and Stonehill, which I will put in here. You can follow
Big
me.
beefcake of a man, I see.
Big beefcake, yeah. Kind of zipping around, mostly like, in and out of the kitchen, and occasionally you will see her, is his wife, Trilena. I will put her here right now. And occasionally you will see a kid running through, which is Pip, their son. But yeah, so in general you have like a few people. It's not too busy. It's a very miserable day, so not like that many people. You will have, well, let me see. Yeah, I will just drop a few people. There's a bar maid as well. Who's serving? Elsa?
Queen.
No.
Ah,
Bad.
she's too
Sure.
brunette for that, yeah.
Did you want to build a swan snowman?
No. Bad. Very bad. But she has assets, clearly. Although even she's
Mhm.
like not, she's visibly older. She's like in her 30s.
Ouch! Visibly older in the 30s.
No, I'm saying
Ouch.
compared to you
Hurtful.
guys. Right?
Yes.
It is so far very obvious that this town is like middle-aged. Like 30-year-olds is the youngest, usually, aside from the children of the 30-year-olds, right?
Yeah.
This is like, I'm trying to paint a picture that like the 2 youngsters that you could see that were like roughly your age at Barfens, right? Is more the exception in this town.
Okay.
But yeah, this is kind of like a cozy evening. Nothing rowdy. This is not like a party place. Mind you, you don't even have a tavern or an inn or anything like it. You never had something like that in your own town. So you only ever heard descriptions of inns. So this is actually the very first inn you're entering.
Can we smell food?
Yes, you can.
What
Ooh.
kind of food?
It's a mixture of things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me open up the thing again. It's a mixture of what seems to be stewish smell.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely meat in there somewhere. Definitely something like baked bread that you can smell. But it's a lot of smells all at once, so it's like more than one dish. This is more something akin to like when you remember like all the various festivals you have throughout the year, when like the village comes together and cooks like different meals. It kind of smells like that.
Okay. I assume the waitress is just kind of standing around, not doing an awful lot right now.
No, she's and so will Toblin behind the bar, right?
New faces in town.
Yeah, you will get like the immediate, like the usual, the typical people turning around and looking at you because you knew and nobody knows your face. There is a bit of wariness at first when you come in through, and they don't immediately recognize. More towards the male following, but then there's also the immediate relaxing, as almost as if they had expected somebody unpleasant, and like, ooh, it's not them.
Okay. Do we want to roleplay this out, or do we just want to skip over the details?
We don't have to roleplay it out.
I got that impression.
You, by the way, you probably noticed, but I have a bit of a brain fog day. So I'm doing currently better with like the high level narrative rather than RPing people out.
All good. In that case, Ilana will kind of check the other two as if to like get their approval to go ahead, and assuming no one
as
objects.
always.
Just to finish the description, right? In the center of like it's not just wooden. It's fieldstone and rough-hewn timbers. Basically, it's a lot of the buildings in Phandelver look like they have been built in recent years, but the old stone have been repurposed. This is the thing that I've warned Lena about with like, hey, do you want to discover the old ruins of Phandelver, or do you want to discover the old ruins of the Phandelver spec, right? Because the old ruins of Phandelver have been literally built into the new town, right?
Yeah. I assume much of them have ended up in the roads by the looks of it.
Some of it in the roads, like whatever could be like repurposed into the building to make it stable, it was repurposed, right? And the rest was kind of and the road, the cobblestone road looks actually pretty old. It's like those old cobblestone like Roman roads almost. So it was built during a time when people had more resources. It kind of looks like it's from the 10th century, honestly. With some
so it's a few hundred years old by now.
With newer additions. So it's been like, the original was probably made like, a long time ago. And then it was added to 100 years ago, and now you have also kind of newer looking parts that look like they have been like recently added in the last few years. But yeah, they're all like kind of nursing their mugs of cider. Some of them, there's like two elderly guys who seem to be eating, like, some warm, stewish kind of meal.
Soupy stew kind of thing, yeah. Yeah, okay, obviously I'll do the usual check, which I will start off by saying is probably the usual check for us, in that Ilana generally does most of the talking for us as a group.
Yeah.
By now. Unless Andy wants to get involved, because you do some of the talking sometimes, like with Gundren Rockseeker, etc.
I'm good with this time, yeah.
But we've got a little system down between us, is what I would kind of like to propose.
Definitely agree, yeah.
We'll have lots of systems down for various things, and it will always be someone else in control of them. But she'll kind of give them both the usual look, and then kind of approach the bar and say, hi, we're looking for, depending on how much it costs, some rooms for the night and maybe some food too.
Well, of course. He will tell you that a bed for the night costs 5 silver. And if you want 1 silver extra for a bucket of hot water. And that you can also buy whole meals for 5 silver.
Yeah, great. Glance at the other two.
1 silver is a whole meal. And by whole meal, he will point out they have like mains and sides. So
Mhm.
it's like basically you can select one main, one side, and one drink along with it. Of course, you're also free
Great.
to purchase things individually if you want extra.
Can we take the table by the fire?
Yeah, you can take the table by the fire. You can also see like the two men
Absolutely.
also kind of like they're sitting at the long table, but they're kind of sitting with their
Mhm.
backs towards the fire. One of them actually looks
Mhm.
very that's a working man. Like you can see it at first glance that he's like there's still some dust on
Is
his
this the
clothes.
closest one?
Yeah, that's the
Mhm.
closest one. Yeah,
Mhm.
he looks like he's working some kind of job that leaves him very dusty and dirty.
Mhm.
It's like the kind
Minor,
of
yeah.
dirt that kind of clings to you almost, if you know
Mhm.
what I mean. Um,
Yeah.
I'm OC. He's a
Could be
minor.
anything
Mind
really.
you, you
Yeah.
have no context for that because you've never seen what a
We've
minor
never
looks
seen
like. Yeah.
miners.
But
Yeah.
there's a
Um.
certain he's one of those people where like you can see that he has like 2 or 3 fingernails are blackened probably from hitting them with something. That's kind of something you also recognize from your village. People who work with their hands sometimes get unlucky and hurt themselves. And he has this like kind
Yeah.
of like blackened fingernails on some of the fingers. Um,
So
and it's
that's
kind of
Prob-
muscle basically.
yeah, and it's also the kind of
Probably, yeah.
one
I was
that
gonna
kind of
say like he has some
permanently
black nails.
yeah, like some of his fingernails like permanently have like grime underneath them. It's kind of like
Mhm.
the kind of dirt that it's very difficult to get clean off. Um, but he also looks like he just came back from a very long day out somewhere dry. Apparently, he doesn't look drenched like you guys do, right? But he
Yeah, but
clearly
wet
looks
from traveling in the rain somewhere.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He clearly
All
looks
good.
like he just sat down and is like enjoying a meal. So you get like this like curious glances from the two elderly, and the barmaid
Mhm.
who's like just leaving it to Dublin right now is like not needed because it's empty at the moment.
Yeah. She'll be needed when she needs to grab food from the
Yeah.
kitchens, etc. So, um, and the other guy,
The other guy he just looks like
you,
a happy old man. You've seen such like could be a farmer, probably a farmer.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, cool. Ilana will kind of because she's standing at the presumably the bar counter,
Yes.
talking to him. She'll lean in a little bit closer and just ask who the two. Like, we're new faces to town, planning to stick around a while. Could you tell us who the two gentlemen over there are?
Oh, so that's Lanar and the other guy is Narf.
Okay, and what do they do in town?
Well, Lanar is a miner. He came to Phandelver because of rumors of like metals.
Mm-hmm.
He comes to the Stonehill Inn all the time.
Okay. I take it he comes here for dinner mainly and then
Yes.
goes home somewhere.
Yeah.
Cool. And the other gentleman?
Narf is a local farmer.
Local farm. Brilliant. That's great, thanks. And she'll introduce us and say like that she's Alana, this is Andy, of course, and this is Narcilian. She'll use his full name
Yes.
rather than his nickname.
But he will introduce
And
himself as Toblin Stonehill. He will
Mhm.
introduce Elsa, the barmaid. He will also say his wife is in the kitchen, Trilena, and that they have a son named Pip. So if you see like a little 10-year-old running around, don't be bothered. He's last seen him somewhere outside, and you can see that he has trouble keeping track of where his
track
son
of
is.
him, yeah.
Yep.
He's too busy running the bar, I would imagine. So
Yes,
yeah, all
that
good.
too.
Brilliant. We'll take a table by the fire and send it over the waitress to get some food.
Okay.
And then us three can talk about rooms in the meantime.
Mhm. Yep.
What food do you want?
Whatever there is.
Well,
Hot stew.
today, Elsa will come over and be like, today they have pumpkin soup as the mains. They have small, actually, like
As a mains.
I'm just gonna.
I was gonna say, can you not pop it up? There we go. I was gonna say, I thought I saw a menu earlier.
So the first section is the mains, and then you get to pick it with the second section.
Scone and jam.
That's extra. That's not part of the mains. So if you want scone and jam, you have to pay 4 extra copper on top of the 1 silver.
Sounds pretty good.
And then you get to choose either Edinburgh cider or a Stonehill ale alongside. Water is free.
Excellent. I'll go for the shepherd's pie because I know it's a good homey meal. Corn on the cob. And we've heard all about this Edomath cider, so I'm going to try that.
Yeah.
Not sure if anyone needs to go into the details of what everyone's having for food, unless you just want to order food.
But
yeah,
that's what I'm going
you get
for.
a main, you get a side, and you get a drink, right? But if you want bread and butter or scone and jam on top, you would have to pay extra. But otherwise,
just the whole
1 silver for a full meal.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, Lion will go for beef stewed steamed carrots and cider as well.
Yeah, I'm getting a stew as well because that's warm and filling.
Yep.
Some mashed potatoes and the cider.
And actually, for everyone, Lion will order the scone and the jam.
Ooh,
splashing out.
My treat.
Thank you.
Kind of just like smiles.
Cold, shitty journey. I will get my treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depends. What kind of jam is it?
Strawberry, I would imagine. Although it's spring, strawberry, preserve could be any time.
Stupid question: if you guys go into the journal, can you see the Phandelver folder?
Nope.
Nope.
God damn it.
Players and high road is all I see.
Why can you not see? Something is very weird, you guys.
All good.
Something strange in the neighborhood.
Can you see the folder now?
Who are you gonna call?
Phandalin.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. With Phandalin, Oddly Farm, Barden's Provisions.
All the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Cool.
Nice.
Good to know.
Cool.
Limited doesn't give you folder access. Observer does. There you go. Bye bye.
Good to know. Other than that, wait for our food to come out and just talk about whether we want to go for the stables or not, because the food is cheaper and we don't have a massive amount of money as far as I know. Like I don't have money for staying in inns for days.
Yeah.
And I think as our first night in town, it might be better to establish a rapport with Quillian, elderly.
Yeah.
Yes, but honestly, I think one night is not going to hurt.
No, I know, but my thinking is less about where we're staying and more about if Quillian is used to people arriving and helping them out for the first night, she might also be an amazing person to have as a contact for can we get jobs, so at least we can then afford to stay somewhere else.
That's true, but I would say that we stay tonight here and we go tomorrow. We introduce.
Yeah. Also, after eating, it's gonna be dark already, and for one, we'd have to find a way there. And also bother her at probably dinner time.
Exactly. I think it's better if we go early in the morning. They're farmers; they're gonna be up early, so then we can.
Not too early, I hope.
Also, no. We should.
You got the impression that Elmar told you this because he liked you guys.
Sure.
about Quilleen.
And he doesn't tell. He doesn't tell everyone that. Yeah.
So it's not like Quilleen. Oh yeah, everyone who arrives in town goes to Quilleen, right? No.
Yeah,
everyone who
but
arrives in
basically
town goes to Stone Hill Inn.
Yeah, and everyone that have a favourable impression upon some of the slightly more key members of the town would get
But
given
also, these merchants
help.
look at your clothes and be like, maybe they don't have that much money.
Yeah, and he would be right.
Mhm.
So yeah, okay, we can stay here for the night. Do we want to? It was 5 silvers for a room.
Bed, I think.
Or was it per bed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to pay for that out of the party treasury?
We can do that, yeah.
I would say yes. I mean, the scones are on me, but the rest I think we should just share.
Yeah.
All right.
And this is what that money in the group funds are for. At the end of the day, it's for us to buy food and for us to buy provisions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
That's very true.
And we kind of need to split it so that kind of 40% goes to the party to pay for food and accommodation and stuff until at least we get something a little bit more permanent set up.
All right. Yeah, I'll go up to Toblerone to give him just 2 gold and get hopefully my 5 silver in return to get
Yeah.
3 beds. Alrighty.
And he will
Keep in mind
send
you have to
Elsa
pay for
to
the food.
back rooms, so she would tell the wife to basically get the rooms ready. He will also ask if you need a bucket of hot water.
Ilana will pay for that separately without the other 2 knowing. For herself, at least.
Yeah, but he's asking Andy, do you want a bucket of hot water?
Oh yeah. Yes, I'll buy for that additionally.
Well-
1 for the room.
Did you say
assume-
one for each room?
Oh, like. Does he say like is there multiple rooms? Like what sort of setup is there with the
Well,
beds?
he
Like
will,
is it the
if you want 3 bags, like yeah, there's like 2 rooms that have like individual beds, just one. But most beds have like there's 1 room that has 2 beds, and the rest of them have 3 beds each, and you pay per bed.
All right, then we'll take the room with the 3 beds then, since that fits us perfectly. And
Yeah.
as Lena asking, like, what's usually done with bucket of water? Like, is that usually would that fit 1 bucket for each of us, or 1 for all of us? Like,
Well, depends
what's
on
the
how
usual?
much you're using. You get a bucket of hot water, then you mix it with the cold water, and you kind of like scrub yourself down. It's on top.
Yep.
You get
Okay.
more
Yeah, I'll
space
get
than
1
the
bucket.
bed. Yeah.
I'll get 1 bucket then. Okay. Pay for that myself.
If you want a full bath, that's also available, but that's like, you know.
Oh yeah, that's too much.
That's sorry. That's 5 silver.
Okay, good to know.
Good to know. Quibbling over coppers.
Yep.
As we're broke. All good. And food-wise, who's paying the silver for each of the food? Is everyone just paying for their own food? Yes.
I assume so. I've detracted my silver from my own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Just making sure I deduct it from mine too. Yeah.
It was 1 silver for the food, right?
Yes.
Yes.
In total, and then
Yeah.
you paid 1. You paid another 12 coppers for the scones.
12 coppers for the scones. Yeah, I already deducted that.
Oh, 12 coppers. You got each of us 1.
I got a scone for
and jam each.
Ooh, okay.
I got a
that's...
treat for everyone.
Ooh, that's
Not
a
just
lot.
one.
Yeah. All right.
Expensive.
Oh, when you have it, spend it.
I'm mathing. Okay, but let me see. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Perfect.
Your room is this
Alright.
corner.
Alrighty. And I'll go back to the others and yeah. I'll let the others know I've gotten a room for us with a bed each.
Excellent. Is there somewhere in the room to hang our completely sopping wet clothes, or do they not care and we just dry them somewhere in the room?
There's a table with chairs, so you can hang on chairs.
Okay, great.
Awesome.
There's hooks, there's also a chest for, chest for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You
If
just don't put the
you...
wet clothes in the chests. People know.
No.
Yes, of course, yeah. If you guys are alright, I'd like to get out of the wet clothes we've been sitting in for 3 days. And at least try to get dry.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. When I bought the bucket of water, I let Topple know that when we go upstairs to send it up. Or yeah.
But they need to boil the water first. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll send it up when it's ready.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
If
Can
you
I-
ordered it at the beginning, like when you ask for the meal, then by the time you're like going upstairs, it will probably be ready.
No, it would have been like halfway through the meal when we
Yeah, it
figured
would
out
have been
we were
when
staying here
I
for
did.
weeks.
Yeah, halfway when we were talking about the rooms. Yeah.
Okay, then it will take a bit longer.
All good. Unless anybody wants to sit in the common room in dripping wet clothing for particular reasons, Ilana's gonna say, shall we head up to the rooms?
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, sure. After we eat, of course. How's the food?
Mhm.
After we, of course, yes. Is the food good quality? Could
Yeah.
we do better?
I mean, it's not the best, most luxurious thing. It's like a medium quality.
It's, yeah, home hearty.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my god. That's just sent me downstairs again.
You have to go below. yeah.
I was trying to
Otherwise-
click on my icon, but I clicked on the stairs by accident.
That's why I used my keyboard.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I guess I've got this bed over here. Ilana will more than happily just start stripping off the wet clothing.
Let's close the doors
Winter's
first.
Cloak. She didn't even care
I
because
know
she
how
just
I
wants to get out of
get
wet
out.
clothes.
We like for the doors, we closed it. Don't leave the door open.
Yeah.
You also have like a
Um,
latrine right outside the door. To the left is another door. You can go to the bathroom there.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Unrelated question about our backpacks. Does that generally keep stuff inside dry, or
Yes.
after 3 days of rain, is that stuff wet too?
You put it inside the wagon. It's dry.
Yep, we did.
Yeah,
we had
That's
to place
dry.
it in the bag.
Good
Yeah,
point,
yeah,
yeah.
in the wagon.
Okay, good. Just to check. So the first thing she's going to do is pull out a dry set of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Very
And
much so. Yes.
She's going to get changed into a dry set of clothes.
Oh, before you get changed, I'd let her know to just wait till the water comes. You don't want to be dirty when you can wash and then get changed.
Oh, yeah. But they're dry clothes.
But you just teensy bit of patience. It's gonna be for the better. It's gonna be for the better.
Just don't sit on the bed yet.
Double check my character. Oh, the journal's gone blank. What's that about?
Hmm?
Character sheet journal's all gone blank. Oh no, that's journal. Never mind. Biography is what I was interested in.
Don't freak me out.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Loin will just get out at least the winter cloak and
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
the padded armor because he's still wearing that and it's completely soaked.
you have actual armor. Have I
Yeah.
ever
Ooh.
seen the actual armor, or is this the kind of thing you wear generally under clothing?
It's kind of patches are it's actually over the normal clothes that he has.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it
yeah,
isn't
but it's,
unusual.
yeah, but it's fairly simple made. He bought it off a merchant, and it's just padded. It's not even real good leather armor. So has extra layers, durable,
Okay.
pretty
Yeah.
sturdy, but it's very stiff. He gets it
Yeah.
out, and so basically the shirt could probably just stand on the floor on itself. on its own.
Yeah.
Still, the
When it's-
padded armor is much fancier than the hide armor that Cassandra has.
Oof.
Yeah.
You guys are wearing armor. Crikey,
Yes.
I couldn't afford armor. I'm just a peasant
I had to
girl.
get armor because I have 2 HP. I just need to level it out.
Yeah.
I mean,
My armor is my natural grace.
I know.
Lion just
Which is
kind of
already-
like looks at Ella like
Yeah.
Don't judge. I've got
Humble
grace.
brag, I see.
I've got grace. Ilana will strip down to her. I forget what you call it.
Shift? Shift.
Yeah. I keep wanting to say a shift, but it's got a T on the end.
Chemise.
Yeah, chemise.
that also,
that's
yeah.
right. And she'll kind of hang the wet dress and the wet cloak and everything over the chairs as best she can to try and help them dry as much as possible. And then she'll just kind of stand around and wait for that hot water bucket, even though she is internally cursing Andy for suggesting it, because she really wants to be dry right now.
Tolan who will come over and bring the bucket because he's the beefcake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Except
doesn't
that-
have to simulate everything. Yeah, Tolan.
Yeah. I have to.
walk to the door, open the door.
OCD. Yeah, I mean, we all know that we have to click on the door. Oh, you can't click on the doors. You've got to be close.
You have to get close
Yes.
to them.
Yeah, you gotta be within arm reach. Very
Because
much
he-
stimulating.
Like if there's a knock, if he knocks on the door, Lion will actually go to the door
Yeah.
because he's the guy. And we'll
And also the strongest to actually carry the
And
bucket.
also the strongest, yeah.
Yep.
He will also hand you the cold water bucket.
Ooh.
Gotta mix and match.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he's like saying this is pretty heavy, but he doesn't want to show it.
Yeah,
Fine.
I'm gonna squeeze right past to close the door since you are hands full, and I can
Yeah.
squeeze those spaces.
I can move through my space and he's like
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's
He
kind of
just-
like
He just flew through the latrine.
It's a relation game.
don't make maps if you don't want us to use them.
Let you know that you can come down if you want more food. Ask for it until 9 p.m. Because like
Great.
at 9 p.m. they kind of
Thank
close
you.
up.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Good to know.
Thank you. And I'll put the buckets down. And it's like, well,
All right.
You first, Andy.
you
Ooh,
guys go
that's gonna be-
first.
Yeah, quicker surface to cover, so yeah, gotta be quicker.
Yeah.
Are
And
staying
yeah.
in the room while you're washing down.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Ilana
Lion-
wouldn't
Lion-
know
Li-
of Ilana
Well,
wouldn't
actually-
know of anywhere
yeah.
else to
No,
go.
Lion puts down the buckets and kind of like turns around to go to the bed and kind of like as Andy is already getting up, he's like, "You guys go first," and he just.
Excellent.
What
He's
a
gonna
prude.
stand by the wall.
given the fact that Andy and I have probably seen each other naked
Yeah,
from when we
yeah.
were kids anyway, we don't care, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Also, Lime, if you go to this window here,
hmm
you can see
Yeah.
the Barfin's provisions for the window.
Oh yeah, he will probably just kind of like walk around a bit, look.
Look through all the different windows,
Mhm.
spend some time on a latrine instead of in a ditch.
All right, washy,
Maybe-
get dry. Your turn.
There.
Yeah, Ilana will just get a very quick wash because everything with her, as you would know, Andy, is on a time scale, and she likes to keep to her time scales. It's a little bit of a flaw, actually, because even if she might need to do something a little bit longer, if she hasn't budgeted the time for that, she doesn't do it. So she's very quick and efficient with her washing, and then get dressed into dry clothes. And then she'll stick her head out the door and call Lion back over and say it's his turn. And
Mhm.
should we head out and have a walk around the inn
Like-
just to see?
It's okay. You guys can stay here, and just like grabs the buckets and like goes into the. There you go.
That's a very cramped space to be. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm not five feet wide, so.
Yes.
There goes the time of group baths.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
because basically now it kind of like strips down. He's like, yeah, with all these scars, he doesn't feel comfortable at all.
Yeah.
So he's like completely covered on the left side in scars, burn scars. So he washes himself. Takes some time. The water is probably when he's done. It's cold probably.
It's not cold,
Whenever
but
he
it's
gets
really
his-
warm.
Yeah, because he's the last one. And
Alright.
then once he's done, open all the doors.
I think at this point, Andy is quite literally already cuddled up on the bed. Like, has a little burrow hole to just peek her head out of.
Oh, everything just reopened for me.
Hello, X out of everything.
That was weird.
Close all the costas again. Yep. Yeah, Ilana will be kind of dressed in dry, warm clothes, curled up in bed with at least her feet and her legs under the covers to try and kind of keep warm. But I'm assuming it's still quite a cold, rainy day outside. Did it ever get above freezing today?
Yeah, slightly. 1 or 2 degrees.
Slightly. Okay, yeah, but not much. Yeah, it's freezing cold. And as there's no fire in this room, it's warmer, but I'm assuming still cool.
Yes. It's not the warmest room.
Yeah. And yeah, we're not above the fire or the kitchen, so
fireplace.
that's not
No.
ideal.
Yeah. It's
If we
probably
picked this one, we would have been above the kitchen.
You didn't really get
The
anything.
oldest room in the inn. No.
Yeah. Too bad.
That's fine.
This one, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, like we'll put down the buckets, like kind of like next to the door. Close it. Is there a lock on this door?
Yeah, a bolt.
There's a cat outside the door by the sounds of it.
We just hear a faint meowing. Oh, kids around.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you hear faint meowing of the house cat.
Yeah.
The rat catcher.
No, it's
The
making
Mauser,
sure they stay
yeah,
out of the
yeah.
large
bolt,
blood.
like you slide it in.
Yeah, he will bolt it shut, and kind of just like go over to his bed.
It's 7 p.m. by the time you're like done.
Yeah, puts everything down. There's like a little cupboard, like not a cupboard, but like a little table next to him. So I would just like lean like all his stuff like next to it. Everything else that's not over the chairs, and also put his. He actually has a dagger, like a knife, basically a farmer's knife, which he will put like close to his bed.
Smart.
I think Ilana probably feels pretty safe here because it's not the rough part of town, so she's not going to bother with any of that.
It's still an unknown town, and
Yeah.
many of the people here, they don't know us.
No, but this place wouldn't be a recommended place if it wasn't safe. So there's
True.
that.
True.
Do we want to talk about plans?
Well, depends on if you want to be early at Colleen's. Usually, since she's a farmer, usually they start off work at dawn, so that might be a bit too early for us. But we can check the fireplace.
I mean, it's only an hour after sunset now, and we've already had dinner. We're kind of settled in our room. We're probably going to have an early-ish night, probably, after all the travel we've done. I don't know about you guys, I'm knackered though.
Yeah.
But I was thinking we should probably go over to Quilleen's together. It's probably worth staying together, but I know everyone wants to kind of do their own little things. Like Andy, you probably want to go over to the shrine. You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like you said, going together, if we're gonna stay there, I think it's the best idea to, show our faces.
yeah, do the introductions for the critical stuff, and maybe see if we can't find out a bit more about getting some jobs in town or finding out what's about. They did mention going to the town masters, so maybe we want to go to Quilleen's and do our introductions and see if we can kind of get a place to stay for a couple of nights and then head over to the town masters for work, potentially.
Uh-huh. And I think Elma also mentioned that the priestess Sister Gareo yeah, you guys know the pronunciation better probably. Might have something, but otherwise to ask around, right? So when I go over, I could ask.
We can.
Yeah, I was thinking we can do Quilleen's and the Town Masters, and then maybe split up. And Narsil, if you want to go looking for the Druid, you can do that. Quilleen might be able to tell you where to find them, though. So maybe we want to do the Town Masters first.
Yeah.
And have a little bit of a later morning, but we've still got all day to figure this out. So we can do the Town Masters, go to Quilleen, you can go and then find the Druid. Andy, you can then go to the shrine and find out what the priestess has, if anything. And I was going to go and have a look at the orchard.
This wizard guy.
Yeah, more to find out really kind of what's happening with this this gang of mercenaries that are in town. Like, are they going to be a problem for us? But also, it's not every day you meet a wizard, is it? So, that kind of strikes me as... I know I've always been good with stories and kind of written stuff. Maybe he's got some clerical work I can do for him. So it's kind of job seeking at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, smart idea, yeah.
That's why I wanted to check with the people that like go out a little bit more. Or I can see if there's someone like I can check at the stables at Barthen's. Maybe they need some help with the horses.
Yeah, I mean, Quilleen also had a stables,
right?
So maybe she needs some help. Maybe they can afford to, for a couple of days, help us with getting on our feet at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think I'll I don't know if she's kind enough to take us on, or if I wouldn't mind helping around with the farm a bit in exchange for us staying at her place. I don't know how it's gonna work out.
Yeah, and it is spring, so now's the time of year where all the heavy work starts happening.
Oh yeah,
fields and stuff. So yeah, just we need to get ourselves settled, and I think once we've got the basics, maybe we can look into one of these abandoned properties, and it doesn't have to be pristine, does it? As long as we've got some basic, like, protection from the elements, we can get a campfire going in the ruins to keep us warm. And
I mean, we can.
I think we're in the cat's room. That cat outside the door is very insistent. But we can get. I mean, if we can get a place of our own, that sounds.
That
ideal,
sounds nice.
really,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Because
Yeah.
then we're
Sort
not
of
having to
set down
pay
roots. Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely see with what the town master says about that.
Yeah.
Check what they have, but I mean, we all have, like,
We all have skills.
We all skills that we can use. Like, I can start working on a house.
Yeah,
Definitely
or maybe working over at this woodworker's place as well, and earn enough coin to buy the materials. And we're going to be doing long days, but I can do something similar and earn enough coin to buy cloth and fabric to sew us curtains and whatever, once we've actually got something akin to a cottage or a house or whatever. But most of the buildings here are wood anyway, and you're really good with carpenter's stuff, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it sounds like you're going to be the most useful member when it comes to rebuilding the house, but we can obviously all pitch in and help.
And depending on how long we're intending to, like, if we're intending just to stay here in the house, I can maybe set up a little kitchen garden so we don't have to spend as much on food.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
that sounds good.
What we should do first before we look into that too much is exactly how long we want to stay here. That's the thing. I don't feel much for like heading up and going somewhere else right away. Seems like a nice enough town, but I don't know. Ultimately, we have to figure it out.
Yeah, well, maybe we should see how things are over the next couple of weeks, because we're going to need to kind of put some kind of route down. Worst case scenario, we go back to Helm's Hold with our heads hanging low, to join the rest of our town if they've been welcomed there or not. But I think I'd really like to try and give this place a go. That was kind of the point of coming with you guys, to start something.
Right.
Not just to move somewhere to move on again.
Move on again, no, exactly. No, true, but building a house, something like that, takes
Ages. Yes, it's a
it's not
huge
a term
amount
of
of time.
days. It's more of a terms of months.
Yeah. No, we'll be lucky if we have kind of a good home for winter if we start now. So, but maybe that's the plan. Maybe if we can just get a free plot of land here, and we can set up a little garden, and we can get jobs working in town and forge some kind of future, maybe that's worth considering. Because we're not going to get that anywhere else. Anywhere else we're going to have to work our fingers to the bones just to feed ourselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Andy already has her sights on the manor, right?
I did want
living
to.
on that hill.
That might be a little ambitious for us.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit too ambitious, especially because I saw from the way we came, if there was not a lot of like half-tone walls, and it seems to be structurally not very sound from what we've heard, and a lot of wild animals.
Like it. Yeah, it didn't sound structurally sound at all.
But I am interested in snooping around there a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once we've settled a little bit, and
once we've got a routine going, we can do that.
I definitely wouldn't go alone because, I wouldn't want to be stuck under some falling rock or a sudden fox attack. I don't know.
Exactly, yeah. I think we should all agree that place is off limits alone.
Yes.
I mean, but it might be a nice place if there. I mean, not to stay there, but if there's I don't know what the views here on using the rest of the buildings. Like we can get materials even there. That's not sure.
Potentially,
how everything is. If the wood is still sound, but maybe some of the stone work. I
think our best bet is probably look. I mean, you probably know more about building anything than I do, but I would look for the most structurally sound foundations. So if anything has like stone foundations or flagstone flooring, then take that one as the base and work from there. Because I'm assuming building the wooden building around that is going to be a lot quicker than trying to take that up and move it to a different place.
Well, but you can use like not necessarily the foundations. I don't know so much about stone as I do about wood. But
but I assume it's easier for you to move the wood to somewhere that's a more solid foundation.
Yeah, the thing with the wood is if it's out in the weather for too long, if it's untreated, or even if it's treated, it's gonna degrade too much. It would be better to get.
I expect most of the ruins here are ruins from hundreds of years ago.
But I don't know. Maybe who knows? Something might be there.
You never know. It doesn't hurt to look, does it?
So, exactly.
Yeah, we can have a look, and maybe there is something salvageable, maybe there's not.
In any case, it's something for not really tomorrow, but in the future.
Yeah. No, tomorrow we should focus on getting around in the town, to the other leaves, to the town master.
Yeah,
and maybe
getting ourselves hopefully some jobs. At least then we can start covering basic expenses like food and stuff. So. Yeah, sounds like a plan to me.
All right. Got a plan then, Tin.
But we made it, at least so far.
So far.
Yeah, it wasn't actually that much of a journey, so hopefully it stays that way.
I don't know.
Easy road ahead, hopefully.
Those 3 days in the pouring, freezing rain felt like a bit of a journey to me.
It also very true, yes. It was definitely a trek.
Yeah, I mean, but if you look at where we come from, and I think we can be really, I don't want to say proud, but can be happy. I mean, we made it so far.
I think on that note, I'm content that we all made it safely, apart from Kit, wherever the hell she's run off to again.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she'll stick her nose up at some point.
Yeah, cavorting around with some carnival.
Yes. If she can even find it.
And she doesn't have her ticket.
Yes.
So, rip. But hey, good news. We all get a cupcake in the morning.
Very true. Unless she comes knocking at the door.
In the dead of night.
Yes.
I, for one, am not getting up in the middle of the night like I have done for the last 3 nights. So, with that,
Yes.
I'm going to bid you all a good night. And,
Yeah, I'll
get some
just
sleep.
blow out the candles and let's go to bed.
Mm-hmm. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. So, how do you spend your first night in Phandelver?
In a nice warm bed.
Sleeping soundly.
I think as Ilana has gotten used to being asleep first, awake later during the shift patterns, she's going to pass out really quick. But before she does, she's going to do her usual routine. And in her head, she's going to tell herself one of the stories Elkin told her from many moons ago that she hasn't told herself in the last 2 weeks or so, just so that she keeps it as a reminder. And then she's going to drift off while doing that.
Okay. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I would say you will probably not wake up until it starts dawning outside. Because I think you all have muscle memory to wake you up around dawn anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely for Ilana, yeah.
Yeah. You're all farmers.
Yeah,
kids.
all of us. Yeah, I think we're all farmers.
The only thing I would say, Narcillian, during the night, you kind of woke up around midnight, right?
Yeah.
In the dead of night, and you kind of woke up to like a really strange low hum. What I want to say with low hum, you know how some people can hear like the old TV screens, like that high-pitched sound that most people don't hear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like it's in that frequency, but like low. So like you can hear low hum, where like at first like you're not even sure why you woke up, and then you kind of clear your head, and then you realize there's like a but like really really low, and you kind of
Okay.
it takes you a while because it is that low to kind of locate it in the room, and you kind of like after some trial and error, very quietly while Andy is snoring away, and Ilana as well. You kind of locate it in the pouch, kid's pouch.
Yeah.
And that light, if you opened up like that pendant, that like light within it, it's kind of like it's kind of pulsing, right? But it's still dim. It's just like, but that's like with the pulse, you get this like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it will
That's
kind of
the
just like.
only unusual thing that happens during the night.
You'll pick it up and kind of like hold it by the chain, not by the amulet itself. Kind of just look at it, and
it's
if it
only
doesn't
because
do-
of that you realize that the cupcake is back. So it seems to be regenerating at midnight. So it's gonna be up to you what it tastes like, because you're the one who opened the pouch and you were like closest to it.
Amazing, it's gonna be strawberries.
Ooh.
So
And he's not gonna
it's
eat it,
just-
actually.
It's not just strawberry flavored. There's like pieces of strawberry in the butter, in the frosting on top.
Oh, it looks really good.
Mm.
He will refrain from eating it, and he will just keep it
But
in the
it
pouch
would-
for tomorrow.
Well, it's probably better to take it out and put it on the table. To be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Just to kind of like put it out, or you kind of like cut it in. He will cut it into 3 pieces, and he will eat 1 piece himself, and keep the rest of the 2
Midnight
pieces
snack.
on the table. Yeah, it's small midnight snack, and kind of just like look at the pendant for a little bit. But if nothing else seems to happen, he will put it back in the pouch.
It's
It will actually
also-
go.
It also stopped raining, by the way.
Hmm. You will actually go up to the. This is a window here, right?
Yeah.
You know, just go up to the window and see if you can like see anything from the side to the road.
No, just empty road. It's very dark.
Yeah. Kind of like shake himself off and then go back to bed.
Yeah. Well, it's morning. Who wakes up first? Should we roll for it?
Alrighty. Give us the.
I mean, Alana's used to waking up early, but she's had a rough 3 days, so I'm going to veto getting up first, even if she does wake up. She's going to turn over in bed and then go back to sleep.
Well, I mean, roll it. Whoever rolls lowest wakes up first.
Okay.
Yep, not me.
Not it.
Andy is first.
Makes sense. Yeah. Also used to being up at dawn.
Yeah, Ilana is too, but you can
Rolled
hear
over.
you can hear her sniffling in her sleep.
Aw.
She's got
Okay.
a little bit of a cold, by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Alright, wake up, see that I'm the first one awake. Kind of do my, rub my eyes, look around to see that Kit is not yet here. Notice the little remainders of the muffin, like the cupcake on the table, and do my little morning ritual of one getting dressed, then kind of palming the, like especially the morning ritual when Kit's anywhere. So kind of palming the pendant, sending a little prayer to Ogma to lend Kit the knowledge to find her way back. And then after getting dressed, just kind of wanting to let Ilana sleep a bit more, so throw the coat over her since it's already dry, to sort of give her, her own blanket, not the coat, a second blanket on top of Ilana to give her a bit more warmth.
Okay.
And she's sniffling. Kind of sit at the table, eat her own portion of the snack, and sort through her stuff until the others wake up by themselves.
Okay. Narcillion is next.
Yeah, probably not that much later if you heard her moving around as well, kind of like turns around. It's very lazily, like sits up. Morning.
Morning. Hope you slept well.
Yeah, I did. Woke up though to this weird thing happening. The pendant
Okay.
was making some kind of like humming sound, like very low. And it was pulsing with a little bit of dim light. Can you actually check if it's doing that now?
No, it isn't.
Sure, yeah.
It's dormant.
Maybe because
The inner clothes also gone.
the new moon thing?
Sorry, the what is also gone?
The glow is completely
Ah, the glow. Yeah, okay, alright.
and it's showing like a tiny sliver of the upcoming moon.
I mean, this might be something that that Ilana can take to this wizard guy. Maybe he knows more about it. Can also ask. We can also ask some people about the carnival that's supposed to arrive.
Yeah, I mean, it was the new moon tonight, like last night, so maybe that's why it was humming and stopped glowing.
I just guesswork at this point.
Honestly, yeah.
And the cupcake was there.
I saw. Thank you for pushing it out already. Strawberries was a very good idea, especially after the jam.
That's what I've been making after, yeah. That was glad you liked it.
I forgot
I
to
tried
tell
really
you, it was
hard not to
Damson
think
Jam.
about something that's.
The jam.
Damson Jam.
Yeah, Damson Jam.
My favorite now.
it tried really hard not to think of something nasty. So.
Thank you for succeeding. We could have fed it to some sort of animal if it was very nasty.
Wow, rude.
Would you be honest? Would you eat dirt cupcake?
Probably feed it to Thistle.
Dirt cupcake. Used to eat those when I was little.
I know. Good morning.
Hi.
How are you feeling? You cold? Sniffling?
I'm okay. I've got a little bit of a runny nose, but with all the rain, I'm not surprised. It's probably just the rain stuck in my head, still dribbling out now that I've warmed up a little bit. So, yeah, I'll be all right. Just a bit of a sniffle.
All right.
That cat's outside the door again.
He was there the entire night.
Was he?
Also, something that happened. I don't know if you were still sleeping, but something happened with the pendant. It was like glowing and humming, like making some kind of like low humming sound.
Mm-hmm.
And like glowing with a very dim light. So
okay.
I
mean, we know it's a bit strange because it kind of tracks the moon phases almost as well. So there's obviously something weird about it.
I mean, if you're going to see the wizard, I mean, maybe you can take it and see if he knows anything about it. Like, looks to me like a wizard thing.
I think maybe on a first introduction, that's probably not a great idea. Hi, here, I need some help with this.
Sure. But just
maybe I can suggest it after I've done some introductions, and he can say to bring it over. But it is Kit's pendant as well at the end of the day. So I kind of don't want to be handing it over to strangers without Kit at least saying yes, let's investigate.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I can certainly ask. I can say that one of my friends has this pendant that does this, and we're a little bit unsure about it. And he might suggest for the friend to bring it over. But I'd rather that be his suggestion than us asking for a favor.
True. No, you know better with this kind of stuff than I do, so I'll leave it up to you.
Not sure I'd say I know better.
When it comes to people, you know better.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but best we, not make, like you said, not make demands, especially if you're intending to stick around.
What wasn't framed as a demand, but
I know.
We get it. It's all right. It's a very curious thing that we want to know about.
Yeah, and he might be curious about it too. As a wizard, he might be interested. So, find that out more once we actually have made introductions. So,
yeah.
Did we want to get up and get some breakfast and go, or did we want to just get up and go?
Should get some breakfast.
Catch some breakfast first.
I mean, dirt cupcakes are pretty great, but
I notice I still have a portion of what appears to be a what flavored cupcake today.
Try it out. Find out.
Given that there's 2 pieces missing and both of you don't look sick, I'm going to assume it's not terribly tasty. So.
No, it's very tasty.
Laya just gives like a face like, you never know.
She'll blatantly ignore that because she knows he's trolling. She'll pick up the strawberry cupcake piece and eat that. Eyes lit up a little bit because it's obviously very good quality, but slightly disappointed it isn't something else. But she'll finish it.
Gotta wake up at midnight. Get it.
I will leave that for you. I'm done with waking up at midnight if I can avoid it. And Ilana will kind of get out of bed and start getting dressed. Or I should say she is dressed. So she went to bed dressed. Ooh, the Lion Shield Costa is popping up again.
Yeah, like this
and
the
Barton's Provisions and Frax Smithy.
It's the third time now. Like, what's going on?
Because they opened up at that time. It's 8 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I hope that's not going to open up in the middle of nowhere, and it's like, ooh, Frack Smithy's advertising again.
Or if we do like
These
day
fucking
type
commercials,
things,
yeah.
multiple days of time skip, and suddenly everything is popped up.
As long as it doesn't open duplicates, then we're fine.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, very true. Yes.
but yeah. So first things first, we're gonna have breakfast. Start a little bit later. Head over to the Townmaster's Hall.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, do we want to go Townmaster or to Quilleen first?
Townmaster first, because we'll do Quilleen second, and Quilleen also knows the druid, I believe. That was the information we got yesterday. So then, if we're all going to go our separate ways from there, it makes sense to do Quilleen second, so that Narsol can talk to her about the druid and then go to the druid.
Very true, yes.
And I can head to the orchard, and you can head to the shrine, and you're going to ask the priestess about if she had some work for us.
Also that, yes.
And I can ask the wizard the same thing. And also about what's happening with these red guards, red brands people.
That are maybe
what's-
potentially
what's going
branding
on there.
themselves. It's a who knows?
Yeah. As long as we can avoid them for now, I think.
Yeah, I think that's
We'll
best.
be alright.
Yeah, no going to the other inn. What happened or whatever.
No, definitely not. So in that case, get ready, grab our stuff, head downstairs. Is
I'm
all
already.
of our stuff dry?
The cloak probably isn't.
Oh,
Isn't.
God damn it.
But it's stopped dripping at least.
Yeah, but it's still moist. Like the cloak will definitely.
Yeah,
take
that's
longer.
fine.
Yeah, let's hang
Yeah.
it by we sit by the fire and hang
We
it on
are.
our chairs.
We're
Yeah.
gonna
down
hang
when
it on
we're
our
eating
chairs
breakfast.
by the fire. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's gonna finish drying for sure.
So yeah. In that case,
Right.
heading out.
Whoop, whoop. Good morning.
Oh no. Good morning. Ilana's gonna sit closest to the fire.
Mhm.
Yeah, Lion's gonna
Figured.
hang his cloak there.
What time are you going downstairs, you guys?
8 a.m. ish.
Okay.
Yeah, since it's 8 a.m., I figure it's 8 a.m.
Well, I mean, these two wouldn't be there anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, there is a rotund-looking middle-aged man at the head of the long table. It looks like some people have been eating already, but they're gone now.
Okay.
So yeah,
Oh. Okay.
what?
No, I looked at the name and then I recognized the name.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's made it easy.
He's kind of giving you a curious once-over, especially lingering on Ilana.
Ugh.
Why is
In
there
a creepy
Cillian-
way.
Why is there Cillian in a different bedroom?
What?
What?
He's not. He's downstairs.
I'm downstairs. What are you talking about?
Okay. On my GM screen, you're still like that's weird. Let me refresh my GM screen. My GM
Yeah.
screen is being weird. Like
I'm
my
definitely
camera
not in a
screen is fine,
He's
but-
He's definitely not skulking through the bedrooms. We can tell you
Definitely
that.
Yeah.
not a doppelganger situation.
For
Yeah.
Don't worry
my
about it.
screen, you were in this one, right?
Yeah.
For some reason.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Also, since we
I
agreed
wasn't
upon
stealing
that-
stuff yet.
Yeah, similar to the thing we talked about in the previous night, where Alana usually checks in with the rest of us. I figure by now Andy's used to when the others in the group usually catch attention. Alana because she's pretty, and then Kit and Lion because of obvious reasons. So Andy probably is very used to clearing the throat and getting the attention back and away from the others, since it's most likely going to be uncomfortable after a while. So good morning.
So who are
Okay,
you saying
cheers.
good morning to?
The guy that's
rotund
staring.
presumably.
The guy that's
Yeah.
staring.
He will,
Yeah.
he will give you a nod, and like that's it.
Mhm.
What kind of staring was it for Ilana?
Yeah, I want to know as well.
Lecherous.
Yeah. Yep.
It was what?
It was the kind of like middle-aged man appreciating a young woman looking pretty. You know, it wasn't sleazy, but it's still like, oh, that's a pretty piece of ass, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Is he still staring after the good morning?
No, I mean he's just
Okay.
occasionally glancing over to you because all of you.
Yeah, when you.
After the good morning, because like you clearly noticed him looking, he will now continue to occasionally glance at, the half mummified, dude sitting at the table with the obvious eye scar, right?
And it will cause another clearing of the throat. And what a beautiful morning it is. Good day, sir. When you're in town, how are you? And introduce myself, and only myself, until he actually says something like a normal person instead of staring.
I am the town master. And he kind of like gives you like a suspicious glance. Harbin Wester.
How incredibly convenient. And then I introduced the other two because, as I said, we're new in town and we were actually going to look for you after breakfast. But I suppose good tidings that you're already here.
Yeah, he will kind of like stroke his beard and nod. And be like, I want to say that he dresses way more expensive than anyone you have seen thus far in this town, right? So he gave you like a very obvious once-over, and is like, you currently, and it's not like you haven't experienced this before from some rich merchants during when from the passing caravans, but you basically getting that look of like, why are these peasants talking to me?
Townspeople. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just kind of look at the others. Do we want to continue talking to him?
Ilana will give Andy a look as if to say, I don't really want to, but I'll take over because we need to. And she had kind of flicked her hair over so that she couldn't see him and so he couldn't see her face, but at this point she'll kind of flick her hair back so that her face is uncovered again and she can look at him properly. And she'll greet him as well after the introduction and say that we were interested in talking to him about houses in town and some of the ruins specifically, because we're looking to maybe settle, and our understanding was that any of the ruined houses are kind of fair game for new people.
Okay. So he will be like, because he's still eating, he will be like, okay, he is not in business yet, and if you have any business conversations to talk about, to seek him out at the town hall later.
What time is he available at the town hall from?
He will tell you 10 a.m.
Great. We'll see you after. Until what time? Sorry?
Well, depends on business, of course.
So should we say 10 a.m. until sometime early afternoon you'll be available today?
Well, he will be absent during noon. And he
right.
By the way,
okay.
So he's talking in a way where like he tries to make himself seem more important, but during the times he's given you, he seems to be enjoying late breakfasts, very long lunches, and early
siestas.
Yes.
Every government worker so far, yes. Okay, I got it. I get entirely where you're going with this. Sorry.
In which case, after all of that, Ilana will give the other two a little bit of a smirky smile and say, in that case, we'll see you at 10 a.m. sharp.
Of course.
See you then. And she'll turn her head as if to look at Narsil and kind of lean forward a little bit so that it looks like the hair just moves on its own back into covering her face, so you can't really see her face.
But also, as you lean forward, you catch a glimpse of Toblin kind of like dipping behind the bar and covering the sword. Right?
Nice.
And because Ilana's facing Toblin, once he's recomposed himself, she'll just put her hand up as if to get his attention to come over so that we can order some breakfast.
Oh no, he will just like, what you need? He's not coming out. Like.
Oh, he's.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. If he just shouts, "What's the order?" Then presumably we'll just reorder the menu. Does it differ for breakfast?
There's no menu. There's no written menu, right? The main food, it's like usually later, like for lunch and dinner. So what you have is basically bread and butter, scones and jam, or gruel, honeyed gruel.
Ooh.
I'll take honey gruel because it's going to be a long day.
Right, 4 cuppers.
Like
three gruels.
He will call out and like, basically you will hear a door opening, another door opening, and then like in comes Trelana, and it's like, and she will like, you can see her like partially covered in flour, like working away at the kitchen while he's like basically standing there just like polishing.
Doing
box.
nothing.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, he does the heavy lifting, right? It's quite obvious because
Of course.
he's the one
Yeah.
carrying the buckets and stuff.
Loading and unloading supplies and all that kind of stuff.
But,
Yeah.
And she will basically be like, berate him for yelling like a peasant.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a finer establishment we're trying to portray here. Don't yell across the establishment.
But she will come over and be like very motherly and like, okay, what do you need? What do you want for? And she will like be, okay, we have fresh scones, and honey gruel, and
honey.
Well, Ilana, do roll me a persuasion just to see. Never. That's our food. That's our food.
That's our food. Hold that door.
Yeah.
And no going away message in chat. How terrible.
But food is very important.
Also very true. We can make exceptions for that.
Also, the going away message is basically me yelling it at the top of my lungs.
No, we got protocol to follow. 2/3 of us are lawful now. We got protocol.
Oh,
or
fuck
2/4.
yeah. I'm too with the lawfuls here. It's shit. Oh, God.
Yeah. Half of us are lawful, the other half chaotic, I guess.
Yep.
Fun.
I mean, we can meet in the middle. It's gonna be true.
Very true, very true. All is balanced as it is, as it's meant to be.
I mean, I might shift over to more the balanced stuff once I start being druid shit.
So that was more like how sweet you talk to her, right? Chris. So.
As always.
And considering the vibe she's also getting from her husband and stuff like that, right? They kind of like probably talked about you after last night. She will be like, okay, she will get you all gruel and she will put raisins in all of it. Extra raisins.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Excellent.
Alrighty.
That's something new.
Minus 4 copper.
Yeah, for a copper, right?
Yeah.
Do-do.
I close the tab and it's opening again.
Yeah, because I just adjusted something on it.
Perfectly alright. Oh, yeah.
I might just re-roll it back to the normal journal and remove the special journal thing.
We'll see. There must
Yeah,
be an
we'll
option
see.
to turn it off. There's probably an option in settings for each player to turn it off, I imagine.
Let me look things. Let me look for them.
Because I like having like different types of journal entries, but like if it keeps opening, it's a bit annoying.
Mhm.
Meow.
Meow.
That cat.
And of course,
You've
Kit
already
didn't
had
show up
dinner.
overnight either, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you know, Kit sometimes disappears for 2-3 days, so it's still within the normal.
Not unusual fully, yeah. Definitely
raining,
losing
by the
more
way.
and more. Definitely losing more and more of their share of the coin payout. So, as time goes
But yeah,
by.
it's still fucking cold. It's below 0 in the morning.
Okay.
But it's scattered
is it
clouds and mostly clear. So it's looks
Is
like
it
it's gonna warm up.
frosty?
Well, frosty, yes, fuck yeah, because all the water from previous night froze over.
Yeah, I was gonna
but
say.
it looks
So
like
it's gonna
it's
be
gonna-
white and crunchy underfoot.
Yeah, at least in the morning. But it looks like it's gonna warm
Yeah.
up during the day.
Okay. I hope
And
it
it's
gets
not
a little
raining.
bit warmer.
Yeah,
And it's not
also
raining.
important.
Let's get out and do all the stuff we need to do outdoors before it starts raining again.
Oh. My stuff is going to be primarily the outdoor, so well, alright.
Can someone feed that cat, please?
Says the right person. Yeah. Alright, does that mean you want to go to Colleen first, or you want to just wander around an hour till we gotta be there at 10 a.m. sharp?
I mean, it's a small town. We can get to Quilleen's and back probably within an hour, I would imagine. And it's, yeah, we got plenty of time.
Mhm.
And
Alright.
if we're 5 minutes late, he can't really blame us. I mean, I will know we're 5 minutes late, but he won't.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
Boop, 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 boop.
And then, yeah, jump out.
Oh. Isn't it here?
It got removed, I think.
No, it's
Oh.
there. It's just not working for some reason.
Oh, it's
Nope.
on the bottom left.
Oh, it takes a moment. Yeah, bottom right.
We are
Oh.
forever stuck here.
Alright, I'll go by myself. Click on map.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. Just go click on a map.
Alderleaf, there we go. It's the one over here, everybody.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, but you don't know that. Yeah, I mean, he did come to
Southeast.
Yeah.
Southeast,
Farm.
But you're going past a bunch of buildings, right? Including,
Also true,
I want
yes.
to point out the
The shrine.
The town
Shrine.
shrine. Oh,
Mhm.
well, I mean, if we're walking past it, we might as well stop and ask here.
We
Do you want us? Do you want to stop
Yeah.
and talk to the priestess while we're here?
But I want to point out that you will realize very quickly if you go to the shrine that the shrine is not really a closed temple. It's just a stone.
No, it's just a
structure.
pillar in the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
You can still look at it first and then see
Yeah.
if there's any
Yeah,
sign
we
that
can.
sits around. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I'm curious, like, what the shrine looks like.
Me too, huh? I mean, if we're walking past, we can have a look at it.
I'm going to look at and see if I recognize any of the other figurines dedicated to the other deities that are on the Shrine of Luck.
Oh, the
Yeah, I wanna
shrine has
see
the
just-
same issue. Let me get the thing.
Yeah.
Shrine of
I'm gonna wait for a
Luck.
general description before I get any more details.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm doing the lighting. Sorry. Give me a second.
No rush.
There we go. Okay. So, the shrine itself.
I.
It's a
Where are
small-
you guys? Are you?
Click on the shrine.
I am doing that.
Really? No.
It isn't doing anything. It's popping up the text. That's
Click on the
Now.
side of it. Yeah,
Okay.
you have to
Okay.
not click on the icon, but like on the side of the shrine, basically.
Ah, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Good to know.
it's a small shrine made of stones, taken from, again, like everything else in this town. It's taken from the nearby ruins. There's some like bigger stones here actually. It is the motif inside is clearly like, you know, primarily Timora, but on the various like inside, like on the stones, you have like little figurines, and not just figurines, but like pendants, basically stuff that is not perishable and can rot away, like symbols of various deities. None of the evil ones, obviously, but otherwise from that you have every major deity represented here. Do you want me to tell you which?
Yeah, go through them all. Anything we recognize, I would say, because there's going to be some I don't recognize.
Okay, well, give me a second. I actually have to open the list.
Yeah, but think about it for 2 minutes, and I'm going to bring you your food, otherwise it's just going to go cold.
I have to step away for a little bit. I just got a call.
All right, no problem.
Awesome. Well, maybe we should take another quick break. Just while this order picks up. I'm gonna... And then you can, Lena, go quickly to the bathroom and